No, sorry I'm a bit late. I wasn't feeling great today. Overslept. My lack of sleep has finally caught up with me. About an hour late from my official time. And I feel like I've been run over by a truck. Now, I've gotten rid of that other thing. I've moved everything over and I've just put the essentials here. Earn a couple of perks to make this a little bit easier. So I'll start off with this. We'll eventually be building over here. And yeah, I did need Master of Destruction perk. Because you'll be moving these a lot of times. You know, changing your mind, so losing all of the materials. You know, even though they're easy enough to get, they're time consuming, so yeah, it's definitely worth getting. So I was just cleaning out the mine. Yeah, I definitely needed a bit of again, the workshop at least. You know, for a little bit. So we'll keep on going. And we'll do some quests. Let's see if I can get the first maybe 1 or 2 people in. We'll sort it out. We'll do the layout across the road. I was looking at the stuff I can unlock. There's palisades and stuff like that. So, you know, we will be able to probably put some palisades here. We'll be able to fence this off eventually. No doubt I'll be moving stuff here, there and everywhere. You know. Now, yeah. I have a good bit of this done. So, we'll just put it into storage. Not that we need it right now. And, yeah, we'll start doing quests. I'm so tired. Okay. You just get rid of the pickaxe at least. Okay. So there only seems to be tin and copper in this game. And then I suppose a combination of both for... I'm thinking. No, there's iron as well. We haven't come across one, but this is a tin copper mine. Wonder why they did both. That's enough. Okay, we got rid of that. We'll bring this back. Yeah, it's easy to miss some pieces. Even easier with a torch, strangely enough. Right, let's get this back. I've got some traps up as well. We need to check those, guys. So we'll move back to... Yeah, we'll take the long walk back to the main town. And we'll see if we can pick up any quests. Don't know what this is about. Stay vigilant. Keep an eye on the situation in Oxbow. Who knows? But yeah, I just noticed we're only allowed 40 kilos. I think on the only other map it's 50, or maybe I'm mistaken. Okay. Oh, salt. Okay. Plenty of stone. You know, we'll fill this one up here easily enough. This would never hold even close to the resources we need. What I'll have to do is eventually build some of the houses, just the bases, just for to get the layout, and then finish them as we progress. This is what I've got so far. Obviously not finished. So when we're using the palisades, I hope we can get it right close to the wall. But either way, I don't know, have I enough room to, I have. That's dodgy. Yeah, that's kind of dodgy. Have we enough room? I don't know how the palisades would work. Well, if push comes to shove, I can move this again. I've done it. I've done it once already. Okay, that's it. We're ready to go. Now we're gonna stock up with a reasonable amount of food. Oh, what am I doing with copper over here? Huh. I didn't see that. Wrong spot for that one. I think that's some stuff I picked up in loot. Well, I've seen it on the stuff we can eventually unlock or buy the technology. There's iron weapons, so there's obviously iron mines, I think. There. Right, what do we like for food? Okay, we could do 3 of them. We'll cook all 4. There we go. Yeah, just about. See? No, £97. Yeah, okay. That's about 12, so... yeah, that's it. Right, we'll head back to the main town, and we'll start taking out some of the quests. I need a ton of them to get one of the achievements on this, and that would be the best way to go instead of mindlessly, you know, just going around. That will push us out as well. Well, when we get close to here, we'll fill up. I've been using the far side of that hill for resources. Obviously not taking the stumps, so it'll take a while for it to grow back. Just wanted it out of sight and not to clear it from here. And around that oxbow as well. But oxbow's a bit far away. Oh. Oh, sugar. Oh my. Ha 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 ha. There we go, Badger. There was 3 of them actually, but we'll never find them now. That cost a little bit of help, didn't it? Oh, there he is. We'll make this 2. Yeah, we got 2. More the merrier. Because I've got no bow yet, I'm severely lacking in hunting skills, just relying on a trap and this. Let's see, did we miss anything here? I doubt it. No. All the mushrooms are actually worth getting. I took out one of my favourite perks as well, to use no stamina while in hunter mode, so it makes this really easy. This works towards our survival skill as well, so we need those mushrooms. Seeing as berry season is not here yet. Ah, sugar. That doesn't matter, we'll run back with this anyway. We're close enough to home to, it'll be worth our while. There, that's enough of those. What's the hell like? We need 2 of those plants. There we go. And we got a ton of meat. Yeah, we'll go back this way, I'd say. Oh, what's this? Oh, nice. Got some cabbage. Oh, hi, Shugsy. How are you? Not much good. I think we need the seeds to start off crops. So, what have you been up to, Shugsy? I'm a bit late. I'm about an hour late. Had really horrible sleep these past few days. And the lack of sleep kind of, eventually caught up with me. I still feel a bit miserable. So, how's your day been, Shugsy? Yeah, okay, we might as well work on the survival skill then for a little bit. I gotta go back with this. As I said, I didn't really spread out, so that's why I didn't find this. I just stuck to the camp, moving the junk from the other spot. Let's get some sticks as well now that we're here. Sticks and stones. Yeah, we'll be dropping these off anyway. I've been making baskets for that crafting thing as well. The small ones. What is that? Stone. Okay, that's the fancy stuff out of the way. Yeah, I think we've got everything we can from this one. Let's just see. I'll get the odd arrow. Nah, it's okay. Okay, we're trying to get back. Where is it again? Here, yeah, down here. I've never even taken a shortcut across here. Doing alright, nice. Oh, Kingdom Come 2 today, yeah, I've been hearing good things about that. Not just relaxing with some tea. Yeah, as I said, oh god, I feel wrecked. I never really get a ton of sleep, but this past weekish has been horrible for me. Yeah, it's just, sciatica, back problems, things like that was pretty much keeping me from sleep. But eventually I managed to pass out today. So that's why I'm an hour late. Yeah, when you're passed out like that, even an alarm clock won't wake you up. But at least I managed to get some sleep, I suppose. Oh, good evening, Muff. Yeah, a little bit late. I just feel so spent. Yeah. Ah. Well, maybe I could do some overtime to make up for it. Good, good. Well, that's one thing. So, how have you been, Wolf? Yeah, I feel like I've been run over by a truck. No problem. Yeah, let's head back. I've got enough now anyway. It's not worth my while pushing on with this kind of weight, so if that's the case, we might as well pick up some of these. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what we'll do. I wanted to do it anyway. If we're going to town, I have a ton of baskets made, but we'll sell them. Save us a trip later. I might as well collect this junk, I suppose. This is by far the best perk. This no stamina useful in a hunter mode. It was a pain without it. Yeah, 0 sticks left anyway. Do we need some of that? Yeah, okay, we'll get some of it. Yeah, I will be building out a lot. We'll eventually need a ton of reeds. I'm kind of used to it, but every so often, I kind of get this way. Yeah. We can, as guys, we can take a lot of suffering and abuse. I've been married for a long time, and if that's not a testament to how much abuse and suffering I can take, I don't know what is. But yeah, eventually it will wear us down, and we'll, feel the strain. But still better than taking medication, guys, for pain. Been strung out like oh my, like a zombie, Yeah, absolutely. And we do suffer a lot in silence. Yeah, I've often gone to work in a ridiculous state, Wolf. But young, able to take that kind of abuse. I unloaded 2.5 meters of concrete from a truck by shovel with a broken wrist. I know, absolute madness. And then I'm wondering today why I'm such a wreck. Yeah. Oh, good morning, Lars. How have you been? Suffering in silence. Not too bad. Just a little bit late tonight. I overslept. This past week hasn't been great for sleeping. And, it just finally caught up with me. I was just saying I feel like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm the kind of person that, and still am even to this day, even if I only get three-ish hours sleep, even if that goes on forever, if I hear a noise or if somebody wakes me, I'm immediately alert. A lot of people I know, even if they get 7, 8, even 10 hours sleep, if you wake them, they're kind of groggy and they're out of it for about 15 minutes, Yeah, I've never been like that. Wake up early. Nice. Ice cream trucks. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that is a good one. Oh my. Oh. Oh no. Oh my. No. Yeah. These can be a pain, these reeds, and eventually we need a ton of them, so we're on our way back anyway, so we'll grab a few of these far away from the settlement. I don't want to spoil the view around there. And anyway, it's just as well it was getting late. And of course this adds to the survival skill eventually as well. They did a new Vegas system on the leveling up in this, and I was never really into that kind of system. Pity. Yeah, we just got a few of these. What are we like anyway? We got enough for a while. You'd be surprised. I had 300 or 400 of these, and they went pretty quick. We won't collect too many. Yeah, just these few guys. We need to get back in. Oh, water. We need to. Oh, yeah, it's dark. Idiot. Right. Yeah, there's wolves that kind of stray in from time to time. I've had a couple of close calls. When we don't stray out too far, we're not too bad. Yeah, this is it. This is our settlement here. We've got tons of room spread out. We'll check our traps as well. So I moved this once already. I learned the hard way about trying to keep this, reasonably parallel with the roadway that was already here. Yeah, had a bit of practice alright at this. Now, there. Okay, we put everything in storage. We get some food, water, sleep, and then we can head out. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what we do. For a little bit during the night, we'll make some wicker baskets. Oh, hang on, I think I've got some. I have. We've got to fill up and we'll bring those wicker baskets. We'll sell them in town because we're going there anyway. Yeah, we got a ton of it anyway. There. Yeah, this will be our house. But the most of the village will be across here. Now, obviously, this is a blank spot. This would be good for a roadway. Fields at the back going around, let's say. And then eventually, when I get the tech, there's some palisades and some huge gateways. I don't know how we manage here. Would it go right up to here? It's a pity, it's such a nice view. I might be able to do... No, doing the palisade on the far side would be kind of silly. But, I'll see how it works. Maybe. It would be a nice view to keep, wouldn't it? I don't think we get across the river anyway. I think that would be kind of silly. I'll have a look later. Okay, let's see. Food. Food. Oh. 689, okay. Need at least 2 more. If not 3. Okay, we'll do 3 and we'll save the rest. That should be good. Yes, there are, but I haven't unlocked it yet. I need to kind of grind on the technology. There's 3 types. There's 4 actually. There's rabbit, bird, rat, and fish. Yeah. The rat, you'll just get 1 meat. The rabbit can be 1 or 2 meat. With I think it's guaranteed 2 fur. The bird is 1 meat with anywhere from, I've got anywhere from 8 to 11 feathers, which we'll obviously need for arrows. And yeah, I'm not sure. The fish will just be, just fish. No, this is based in reality. Yeah, just badgers, bears, wolves. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah. No, this is sticking to a decent reality in this one. No mythical creatures. It's really based around, just a survival and, starting off a new town. No dragon stakes, nothing like that. This is real old school stuff. No magical technology. We'll eventually get to the stage where we can make iron armor. And, we can do bronze as well, but iron armor and a sword and stuff like that. And that'll be for wolves and maybe some bandits. So yeah, pretty sensible on that. Yeah, no dragons. No dragons. Dragon steaks. Oh, no. I said we'll get everything we need here. Oh yeah, that's cabbage. Well, we can't use that for planting. I think it would be seeds, but once we do the farming, that's when you really break into something in this. But and then we get the villagers in. That's a lot of work. Ah, let's check our food. No, the only settings I changed on this is for longer seasons, and in the beginning, it's unlocked to so I can build more buildings. I think it's locked behind 5 buildings for a while, but I pushed that up to 10. Not that I'm using, but just in case. So that's the only changes I made. Yeah, and it is a thing actually. You see how dirty this guy is? And there's a meter somewhere in here. I forget which one it is. Even a poison meter. But it's an achievement to become extremely dirty, so I've been kind of going for that. And there's bathtubs, and yeah, you can see the state of this guy. Yeah, he's pretty scruffy. But there's no sign of it unlocking yet. Where is the dirt meter on this? Thought there would have been. No biggie. Seen something that looked like a meter. That's temperature, poison, and I don't know what's the second one? Or the last one? Under poison. Don't know what that's supposed to be. But I expected to have got that by now, to be honest. Yeah, that's about it. But I heard them saying it was a bit iffy, this achievement. But actually to the other way, when they're dirty, when they wash off, you know, within 2 minutes they get really dirty again. I think that was the complaint I have. The other one, you know, it doesn't seem to be popping. But I don't even know where the meter is, guys. There's something there that says 62%. I think that might be the dirt meter. And it's not about well, it is obviously about not washing, but it's the amount of toiling and stuff that this guy does. I'd say when we get into the farming it would pop. Yeah, I think it's that one at the bottom that says 62%. Yeah, it's gotta be. Yeah, I think so. It's kind of vague, isn't it? What's that? 73, 85, 97. That will do. Now we have 1 food. So we'll be on the lookout for some more. Right, let's save. We'll grab those baskets. We're going into town to pick up a quest, so we'll grab the baskets, we'll sell them. Oh, we don't have much. Only 15. Okay. Let's make what we can before we go. I must have sold them already. Yeah, we can make 20 more. This will go pretty quick. And we'll take out the trash in this. all of this. It will get us cash. About 1.5 gold, I think, for each of these. And obviously we'll be able to take perks out in diplomacy. But that's been kind of hard because, you know, I haven't really done enough for that yet. It does. It unlocks new buildings and it progresses your skill level so you can take out more perks. Up to level 10. It does. Like even in the beginning when it comes to farming, even though you can get farmers to kind of, you know, cut the crops, you'd probably be better off doing it yourself, you know. Unless it gives you, I doubt it will give you the experience for what they're doing. But eventually, this will be self-sufficient. All you'll be doing is just coming back here and collecting the money. Or at least the stuff, you know, so you can sell. Yeah, here it is here. So I'll show you what skill that was working on. That would have been production. You see it there? I have 129 of 500. I think 10 baskets would give you about 15 points on this. So it's about 1.5 points. So, you know, that would be what? 100 baskets would be 150. So about 370 baskets, I'd say, for 500. And each basket has 5 sticks. Now, you can, once you get enough experience and technology, you know, you can make the medium basket and then other stuff. But for the materials it was using and the price and weight, that was the best thing to craft. I absolutely don't need them. It's just for cash and to you know, get this guy's abilities up a little bit. But I'll absolutely lose interest once I get it. But we'll need a boatload of cash to get all the stuff out, even after doing all of the experience. So, yeah, I'll be crafting a good bit. And I was wondering what the tax is for per house every year, but it's actually not too bad. It's actually on this. Like even this big building here, I think it's it should be there. Yeah, there's the tax. 7.5 gold. It's no problem. That's what. Those baskets I'm getting 1.5 base. So you're talking about about 6 of those baskets would cover it. About 5. Just for this entire building. I wonder what this costs. So that was 7.5. And this is 5. Yeah, okay. And what's the taxes on the houses? I wonder if we upgrade them, is it more tax? God, that reminds me of the tax we had here in the Middle Ages, the daylight tax. There's even stuff where we can get nice little shutters for this and upgrade this to stone and insulating and all of that. The tax on the houses. Oh, it's modest actually. It's only 1.3. Yeah, okay. When we come back here later, I'll start off maybe my first half dozen houses. Yeah, just to give me something to do and to figure out. Well, basically, the way I'd be doing this. Well, I'd need a kind of center part for market here. So, leaving enough room, obviously. I'd love to unlock the palisades, the large kind of defense wall, and then I could work out, you know, what I could do. Yeah, I'll leave the layout until I unlock that. Yeah, I could figure out from there then. You know, our roadway, blah blah blah. I do a lot. We'll mix it up a little bit, but there's plenty of room for fields and things. But I want to be keeping as much of these bushes, especially berry ones if I can see any. And actually, there they are. Yeah, they need to be kept. Be careful with those. We'll do our little town. We should be good. There's a small possibility I might eventually have to move that, but if I do, I'll do it off stream. It depends on... I'm not sure how the palisade walls work. Will they sink? Yeah. Yeah. We'll worry about it when we get to it. It would be quite ugly. I'd say they'd actually sink. Right. Now we're off. This time we're going to sell this junk. It's just we got sidetracked by those badgers. Just as well, it was a bit late anyway. So to town we'll sell this junk and we're doing a quest, we'll keep our eyes open. Yeah, it's a pity it's the wrong season for berries. They're pretty handy. Oh, I moved the other one we had as well. We can pick them now, but they're useless. Oh yeah, there was a stone axe here. I missed last time. I'll grab that. We can sell the other one. So, okay, we'll try and get a few quests done. I didn't bother putting up a lot of other buildings like the herbalist hut and that. It's pointless at this stage. Not until I figure out where the other houses are going. I can't concentrate, all the production buildings together. That would be silly. That's not a bad little layout there. 2 different types of crops. Yeah, it's not a bad layout. Oh, nice stable. Let's see, is there anyone buying? We'll never be able to do anything like that, I'd say. Unless it's somewhere in... Oh, there he is. There he is. And we'll check that message board as well. Is there anything there? But there's a ton of vendors here. There's tons of cash.
Hello there.
And they all give the same thing, so there's no messing about. Okay, we've got too many stone axes, haven't we? 40, we'll give him the one for 33, obviously. And then we'll give him all of these baskets. And let's see what they're worth. Well, 35 should be worth what? Let me see. 50-ish, I suppose. What is it? Yeah, 52.5. Will get us over 1,000. There's another achievement on this to have over 1 million, but I suppose once you're doing the farming, the money comes in pretty decently. They have a set amount of money, but I think as time goes on, they'll have more. So what had this? Well, he's only got 800 and something.
Wants to see my wares?
That's it. That's it. Let me see. $7.46. Let's see what we've got in our inventory. We need all that. We have the roasted meat. What's that? 84. Yeah, it's time to take that. 96. So what have we got now? Yeah, that's just quest items. I don't wear anything. Yeah, I think we're good. Now, let's save here. Now, let's look for a quest. Anyone with a quest? What's that symbol? Yeah, there's a second symbol there. You see it? You see that? What kind of a symbol is that? Yeah. What's that? Some kind of...
Hello there.
How do you do? You're being a winner. What do you think about the barber surgeon? What could I find? No, I don't. Yeah.
Goodbye.
There's a second symbol with that lady. You see it? My God, how could you work that one out?
It's not me.
Okay. Let's see.
One of the travelers told me that in the south.
Yeah, they've got that second symbol as well.
Two large hunches on their backs.
How do you do?
How's your husband? Yeah, maybe it's a quest. Yeah, probably. But, yeah, you see that little symbol? I can't make it out. Probably, yeah. Yeah, it is a quest. It is. Ask him, he must be somewhere out there. Flirting with women, it could be his granddaughters. Complaining about my food, or failing terribly at most basic tasks. Yeah, it seems to be some kind of quest with these ones. But they've made it the thing pretty small, haven't they? Sure, I'll find them.
Farewell.
Now let's see. Where's that journal? Stay vigilant. Story quests. No, I think we messed up. It's not coming up as a quest. I think it's something that will be... Yeah, it's not coming up as a quest. Let's try it again. Hang on, let's load here. Yeah, it's kind of yeah. Let me see what time it is. 3:26. Why have I got an autosave of 3:13? Please tell me I didn't lose 13 minutes. You seen me save it, guys, didn't you? Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, that's the last save here. Yeah. I think this game is not saving sometimes, or I'm doing something wrong, am I? Oh, for God's sake, okay. There's an autosave in this, you know, I hate autosaves. I think I'll keep away from those ones in the future. Let me see. Oh. Yeah, but didn't save. God help us. Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. That's why I every time I save, you see me checking a few times. But I could have sworn I saved that. Okay, this time I'll be absolutely sure it's saved properly. Oh, that's a pity, it's only 10 minutes. Now, I'm cold and I'm too hot at the same time. This is the most ridiculous country ever when it comes to temperature. It's like being in the Sahara and the Arctic all at once. Yeah, I'll double check the saves from now on. The saves are so lightning fast as well. Right, let's go. Well, at least I got that save back there anyway. Now, let me see. Well, basically save game. So, I picked this one. So, oh, I see what I might have done by accident. Yeah, it's stupid, isn't it? There it is. Yeah, you have to push two buttons, A and X. I don't know. And then it keeps defaulting into, do you want to change the name save? And then you gotta back out with B and repeat the process. It's not ideal. Not the classic, you know, push A. Do you really want to save this? Yes. Yeah, we didn't lose too much time anyway. Hello, Rex. How's my back scratcher, huh? It's a good dog. It's a good doggo. Yeah, eventually we'll get a mount, but Sage was saying it's so far into the game and the amount of tech you've got to get, it's like kind of the end game stuff. Oh, I suppose it depends on how much we concentrate on ranking this guy up. You can actually, at each town, there's a guy that would give you a lift to the next town. But like 50 gold is a bit much. Especially when you're collecting stuff anyway. The game is kind of designed to get you to explore. And like everything else, it will price you out. So travel is only for the rich. That sounds familiar. Not for the peasants. It would have been, yeah. Now I've seen something on the menu that I've actually able to craft a card, but I think that would be for our townsfolk, I'd say. But I know there's donkeys in the game, because I actually picked a perk on one of them where donkeys can carry more weight, so. But going around on a donkey is a bit much. Yeah, there's gotta be horses. And there's a donkey farm here somewhere. Now we'll check our save this time. Exactly the same thing. There's the guy walking across. Exactly the same.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, 52. That should get us over
Whatever you
1,000
need.
just
I've
about.
so long.
Now, let's save properly this time. So, save game. I'll pick this. 234. Oh, it's saved already. Let's save again. Yeah, that's it. Okay, it seems to be working okay now. Out of winter storage, so I can get it ready for... Oh, summer coming in. Yeah, nice. It's only in the 40s so far, so you don't mind the chill. Yeah. Yeah, summer coming in. Oh, be nice. You'll get a few weeks during the summer, I suppose, off. Yeah, that would be cool. Nice summer's day. You know, we'll be going on a little bit of a road trip. Yeah, that's it. We seem to have got it here now. I still don't get it with these people. Yeah, you see that there? Let me try one more time and then we can load up. We have 2 saves
How
now.
have you been?
How's your hobby? Ask him, he must be somewhere, blah blah blah, terminating most basic tasks. Sure, I'll find him. How's your husband? Yeah, you see, you can't take it, look. Sure, I'll find him. No, you can't really take him. Yeah, I think it's tied behind some other quest. But either way, I want to keep away from that like the plague. Yeah, it's still there, but for some reason. Yeah. So just the proper quests we'll go after. This might be part of you do a quest and then it'll tell you to ask people about stuff and they have a follow-up quest, I'd say. And doing it beforehand might be a kind of bit buggy, so we'll have it kind of locked like that, I suppose. The snow falls, nice. The ice and the snow. Yeah, it said don't forget about the space for the fields. That's what I'll have to do. A little later, guys, we're only an hour into the stream. At about a halfway mark, we'll head back to the settlement and we'll see about the farming tech. See if we can get the fields and stuff ready. So, we'd need 1 crop guy for food and another for water. And we'd need about 3 in to start. The goal is to get 50 or 50 plus. Oh, Croc. There.
No refunds.
I hate that, having 20 lighters and none of them have been filled. Oh, let's look for an obvious quest. There's a wooden spear. Where did that come out of? Oh, I forgot to take it. Oh yeah, I forgot to actually take it. We'll leave that there and see how long. See how long it actually lasts. I'm not carrying that around with me now. There doesn't seem to be any quests here, guys. Huh. Okay. So, you see this one? Keep an eye on the situation in Oxbow. Yeah. I don't know what they mean by that. There's maybe... Oh yeah, I think it's something about the settlement with the guy. Once it's built up, we'll probably have to go back to him. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's head to another town, guys. We're starting to move out a good bit. So we've been here. And we'll keep away from the one back near a settlement with all the wolves. Now that's the guys we hire, but we're nowhere ready for those yet. I don't see any any quests hanging around. They'll probably open up after a while. Yeah. Yeah, we can make these as well. What is it anyway? Some kind of bell tower. It's like those alarms, it is. Yay, the Vikings are coming. And we'll be able to do something like this eventually. Ah. Okay, let's head to another town. We'll head down by the river so we can do a bit of fishing at the same time. That'll improve our hunting and make sure we have a supply of food. And if we meet any
Heroes. But I
nasty animal, we can take a dip. I don't think they'll follow us in. Yeah, so that's it with the quests here for a while at least. Now, as far as I know, you can hire any of these guys at any time. But most of them are junk on their skills. I'm assuming that because I can see their skills. You see that? 1, 2. She's not bad. She's got 2 trees. And that's the 6 skills. So she's skill number 3. She's got 3 in that, and skill number 5. And what's that? What would be in tech? Oh, here it is. So she's 3 on farming. Now she'd be pretty good on a farm. And she's also 3 on... What's this one? Survival. Yeah, so she'd be pretty decent for some other stuff, I suppose, like fishing. The fishing hut. Yeah, the rest are absolute. There's another 2 trees there. There's a couple of good guys there, another 2 trees. Yeah, it's useless. Even the ages, I think, when you talk to them go up. So there's definitely 2 recruitables there. 3 is about as high as I've seen so far. Now we're looking for abandoned buildings like that one over there as well. So let's check the map. It's starting to get used to this game. So here we are. If we keep going on and we'll head down towards that spot. Where is it? Yeah, we'll head down towards that spot. So, hang on. Where did we just come from? Yeah, that's where we are now. That's we've pretty much done. So, we'll have that one and that one. Oh! Oh, there's something here, guys. Yeah, there's actually something there. Why is it not showing a name? Well, let's check the symbols. So you've got player, inhabitants, wagoner, herald. Okay, I don't think I've seen that one yet. New quest. Right. Quest target, notice board. Oh, I forgot to check the notice board. I'll check it later. Housing, extraction buildings, hunting buildings, farm, production buildings, service buildings, storage, traps. Yeah, okay, we'll follow the road. It's probably not big enough to be a town yet, but that looks like an abandoned building there, guys. Yeah, there's some nice junk in that sometimes. Right, let's see. Let me see if we're good with our spear. We are. It's not much. We'll eventually have a bow. Yeah, this is an abandoned building discovered. Animal spot, deer and crow. Well, deer is out of our pay grade for a while. Right, let's see what we can get. Yeah, we'll be careful here. They're pretty sneaky about where they hide stuff. Yeah, there's something there. You see it? Yeah. It's kind of tempting to rush to this, but let me see. There's actually a couple of houses here. Now let me see. Oh, there's one anyway. Okay, we'll get it to sell anyway, the clay bowl. We'll take everything. Yeah, what's that? See what I mean? Yeah, you see what I mean? Check the windowsills and check for anything on the walls and arrows and such. Nah, that's good. Yeah, once I figure out the little tricks, we'll know automatically where to search on these. Probably need that for storage or something. But there's something over there. How would I get that? You see it over there? I said walk, and yeah, it's this one here. It is. There we go. We're almost done. And we're getting some nice coin all the same. Okay, I think we're done here. What I'd like to see in this game, in these kind of games, would be not the junk that you could eventually craft, but you know, unique stuff. It's always fun finding that. Even stuff that you could kind of display. Yeah, we're good. I think we're good here. Pretty much. Right. We're gonna follow the road, isn't it? And we'll see what that big red patch is. It's obviously some no build area, so that means some kind of settlement or town. Ah, wabbit. We're kind of taking a chance pushing out, aren't we? And the wolves. There's no way I can outrun those guys. Is this the one? Yeah, we're pretty much here. So what is this? It's... oh, could this be bandit country? I don't know, we're gonna find out. Surely they didn't expect us to build here, did they? No, it's a no build area. Moose and crow. Oh, there is something here, alright. I think it's in the... oh, it's probably a deserted town. An abandoned town. Probably. But it's a no-go building area for some reason. It's a huge spot. Maybe it's something got to do with a large... yeah, it's an abandoned town, guys. I wonder... I don't think we'd have a chance of hitting him, but... oh, for goodness sake! Will somebody give me a decent spear? That's horrible. Alright. Let's work on this. For a moment, we'll get this out of the way. All the bags for when we are eventually doing farming. Oh, sugar. Oh, that's weird. Okay. That's a first. He's seen better days, guys. Huh. What's that coin? Where actually is it? Oh, where it is, but we'll take it. There. Oh, hang on, there's something there, is there? Oh, look at this. Tin boots. Where are we getting this from? Oh, inside that, that's probably some kind of summer wear, is it? Yeah, it was in that there. Yeah, if we're lucky, we might get some new stuff. Let me see. Stuff that I can't obviously make yet. Where's my inventory? Bag, basically. Boots. Yeah. Tin boots. These would be summer. And when we've gone, what? Basic shoes. Not good. It doesn't actually say what the... Oh yeah, here it is. Well, the basic shoes is just exactly what it is. And the tin boots would be what? -2. Heat protection. -3. A pair of an armor... Oh, it's an armor set. Tailored in the sewing hut. It provides damage resistance. Can be worn and used for temperature control. Slashing damage resistance. 0% piercing damage. 1% damage resistance. So we get 3% slashing. What's this with the... Yeah, it's actually adding to it, isn't it? Ah, we'll keep it in our storage for a while until I figure it out. Oh. Okay. Okay, let's do this quickly, guys. I know I missed a ton of junk, but... Oh, sugar. We've just cleaned off. Ah, well. I'll have to find some other way to get dirty. Yeah, we cleaned off pretty quick. Once you go up to your neck, you're pretty much clean. I'll just try the obvious buildings. I'm not going to waste too much time on this. Oh, at least we got a bat. Oh, what have we got here? Aha! Gonna do a bit of skinning. Aha! I probably need that stone knife. Oh, okay. There's somebody living here, guys. That's stealing. That's kind of weird. Okay, we're not stealing anything. What's that? Yeah, this is all stealing. Yeah, this is all stealing. Yeah, I don't get it. Well, there is somebody here. This is a quest, guys, if I've ever seen one. And the problem is we've just skinned that goat. I think that might have been part of the quest. Here, let me save down here anyway, just in case. Surely they have, well, it doesn't say as a quest, but let's see. Do you live here? Do bears in the woods, my friend? Yeah, I live here. I'm the king of the swamp. I'm scared to go deeper into subject. Yeah, you clearly live in the swamp. How? What do you do for a living? I create sweet pie. Oh yes, I'm an artist. Blah blah blah. This is not a quest. A herbalist and a god. Okay. We might be best friends from now on. Yeah, this is... Have you seen anything interesting here? Are you kidding? What's interesting here? That bush? I found a dead badger there. Blah blah blah. A rock? Okay. No, this is just silly. Okay, farewell. This is just some kind of oddity, is it? And he speaks like Cicero as well. Okay, we gotta go anyway, so who cares? I'm sure if it's a quest eventually we'll be sent back to him, but for now... Doesn't look like he's serving any purpose. Oh. Ah! We stole that, guys. Or did we? I hope we didn't. Did we steal that? No. No, it wasn't stolen, it's just in bad condition. Which shows up red as well, which is kind of stupid, to be honest. Okay, let's get out of here, guys. This is boring. I'll get back to the river and back to that town. We'll have to build a camp shortly, I think. Oh, there's some stuff. Do I hear, Nah, it's not a deadly animal. We want to get out of the swamp, guys. Yeah, before it gets too dark. We'll head back towards the river, where it's safe, and we'll set up camp. But this was a waste of time, I'm sure. There's some kind of a quest here eventually, but not for now. There we go. Not too keen moving out here at night, so let's see where we are. Yeah, we did cut off a lot of it. Okay, keep moving towards the bridge. Okay. Getting home is going to be an absolute killer. We'll have to go around the other way, but we want to do the quest, don't we, from this guy? From this town. Yeah, okay, the next town is down here, isn't it? Yeah, over the bridge, just follow that. There's another one over there, guys. You see it? It's probably something similar. Just a no-bill zone, really. Mm. Yeah, we need some transport. It's a pity it's not just as simple as putting up the infrastructure and buying a horse or something, or mule or whatever it is. Yeah, we're here for the mushrooms. That's not a bad source of food. And every time we pick stuff like that, it goes towards survival skills. I was surviving on this for a long time, actually. Okay, where is this stupid village or town? Yeah, here it is. There's a wagon here. I wonder, does he bring you back to your own settlement? Maybe that's like kind of cheap. Like maybe 10 or 20 gold. We could probably do that one. Yeah, okay, let's see. I doubt it.
How do you do?
I need a ride, so... My village. Oh, my village is free. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That's a whole new thing. It's 160 to the other places, but back to your own village is actually free. This is fantastic. This is fantastic. I didn't know that. This is absolutely fantastic. That's actually something good. Because the amount of trips to and fro you'll be doing would be unbelievable. That, well, I think it is. Yeah. Well, there's no money on it. Good, good, good. Well, we'll have to do the quest here. Okay. We need to set up some little kind of camp. What do we need for this campfire? Wood and stone. Let me see. We need, that's 16. 16 of those. Okay, let's get 16 of these. Yeah, we'll wait till morning because it's ridiculous. That's cool, we can get back for free. So I could use the Wagoneer. It'd be a one-way trip and you're bringing large loads. Free lift back, that's nice. That is what they say, a game changer. Let's say 16, 4 more. And this goes towards crafting anyway, so it's not too bad. Okay, one more I think. There. Okay, we'll camp here for the night till morning. Then we'll get rid of that little thingy. Let me see, where is it again? Here. 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 Oh, come on, don't be like that. No, these campfires are... Oh, they won't let me, yeah, maybe too close to the town. That's very finicky, guys. joking me. There it is. That's good enough for me. I'm gonna sleep on the roadway. Oh, hang on, what do we like for food? Have we got food here? No, we do. Oh, we've got it. Where did we get all the meat? Are you kidding me? $25. It must have been that that goat. Oh, we definitely got enough food. That's a lot of junk. Said we're good for food. There. Water is easy, we're pretty close to that. Now let's get rid of that fire. I don't think we need to, but... There. And we're off. Yeah, that's good news. We can get back for free. I'm tempted to go back now, but you'd have to walk out here again, so... What's our weight, anyway? Inventory. It's not bad. I've used a lot of it. I can't see any real way of upgrading that either. So it's a freebie back to the settlement. Cool. Yeah, that's it. Now let's see what we've got here. I don't think we'll be able to do anything like this, will we? Yeah, there's a guy with a bow. I think these might be people you can hire or something, are they?
Oh, it's you again.
How's your conflict with the woodcutters? It's a rivalry, not a conflict, blah blah blah. Right. Oh, he's a vendor. Show me your wares. He's a hunter. Water skin. What's this? A type of tool crafted. It can be used for collecting water from lakes. I think it's a one-shot deal, isn't it? Yeah. No, I think we're okay for a while. Do we have anything to sell ourselves? I don't know why we're keeping these. Yeah, what's his cash like anyway? Do you know what? I think, I can do without copper axes and that kind of stuff. I think it's time I started selling this junk, that. The arrows, absolutely not, but the likes of this here. Yeah, I think I'll sell this junk off because it's worth a lot of cash. Let me see. 53 pounds something. Yeah. All the bags I need. The arrows I'll keep. We're definitely keeping those boots and the food. And here you can have some sticks. Oh, we've got leather, guys. I was looking for that. I can't actually make it yet. What are these? A type of tool crafted at the pottery's wheel. Can be used for crafting beers at the brewing station in a tavern. Okay, we'll hold them for a while. And we'll get rid of the clay bowls. Yeah, I think they'll be easy enough to make.
Have a good day.
Oh, we can get a lift back from here if things go bad, but let's see. There's a quest, guys. That's a quest.
How can I help you?
Okay, she's some kind of alchemist. Huh. Don't need any of these yet.
Whatever
Okay.
you need, I've got it. Goodbye.
We've got this little quest here. So what I'll do is I will absolutely save this and see what you want. Well, at least I know that's a quest.
Have we ever met?
Age 15. I've got some honey in my hair again. Blummer, can I help you with something? Stupid hunters, they treat me like a child. Or maybe because you are still very young. They don't want to teach me how to protect my bees. To protect your bees? Protect them from what? What have the hunters to do with it? From, oh, I don't know about the bears, guys. Yeah. I don't think we're ready for a bear yet. Yeah, see, that's what happens when you start pushing out to these. Yeah. Well, we'll give it a shot anyway. We still have the main save to come back to. As long as we don't get any auto saves. Okay, maybe we don't have to fight the bear. Okay. I've never seen anyone so dedicated to some bugs. For bears, footprints, blah 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 blah. The bees, steal their honey, destroy their homes, kill the queen. Can that happen? Some bugs. Much more than bugs. I like disciplined and hard working. The world would be a much better place, but what exactly would you like to learn? How to shoot a bow? Could you talk to him and convince him that I'm old enough? Okay, maybe it's just something like that. Then they got diplomacy is pretty good. So trying to and asking her, she's one of the best archers, but I'm afraid of her. Okay, we'll go to the lady. Whoever that is. Salwa. Yeah. I'll certainly try. I want to be... Oh, I get it. I want to be an archer. Let's see if we can pull this out here from the journal. Want to be an archer. So, I think we head for the lady first, whoever she is. Okay. I think this is the guy down here. Okay, it's one of these guys, isn't it? Yeah, he's the guy. Is there another one back here? This guy has something got to do with mining, is he? He's a vendor as well. No, we've got to... Yeah, she mentioned two people, but we've got to talk to this guy for some reason. I'm here about... Baromia. How can I help you? Okay, oh yeah. Let me see. The girl, tell her I won't teach her anything about archery. Nuna loves to be, she would go and try to kill this bear herself the moment she grabbed the bow. Yeah, doesn't sound good. Wouldn't you be afraid to do that? Never underestimates people who actually willing to risk. Yeah, you want to risk it and teach her how to use a bow. Do it. Keep me out of it. I'll think about it. So, talk to her. Let's get some water, guys. Now is the time. Let's see if we can do this quest anyway. What's this? Usual junk. Right, let's get back to her. Here. Do we actually get any kind of experience from doing these? I think it's just a reward. Although I refused the first one, I don't think I'll do it again. Okay, where is this little brat? Ah, come on. This is where I'm really suffering with these markers. She was down here, wasn't she? Yeah, she was. God knows where she is now.
When you feel like whistling, even with a shoe full of slush.
Oh yeah, said something about talking to her.
How are you?
Ah, maybe I should have talked to her. To talk her down. So there she is there. But, no, it didn't really send me to her, did it?
People from Piastovia.
Yeah. Okay, where's this marker? Ah, come on. Let me get rid of the marker from my spot. It's confusing me here. Yeah, let me get rid of that marker. Oh God, how do we do this? Let me just get rid of that marker wherever it is. There, now I can see it. It was just really in the way. Well, she mentioned 2 people, but now we only got a prompt to visit 1, so. Okay. Oh, for goodness sake. Yeah, who came up with this system? Because this is ridiculous. Here, this way. There she is. Silly brat. And you didn't. I didn't. But he did. I think he's right. You're too young to fight bears. I didn't. I think you're old enough to learn to use a bow. No, there's no way. 15-year-old. Yeah. And a bear. But just to defend my bees and scare it away. Or to anger it even more and get injured. No way. But I'll take care of this bear myself. End of discussion. It is about killing the bear, guys, which I can't do.
Now nobody will shout at me that my
Kill the bear.
aren't-
Not a hope. We haven't a hope. Yeah, we haven't a hope. Okay, let's get back from here. Yeah, we haven't a hope of killing that bear. I can barely kill a badger. So that's a bear quest. That's why I didn't want to get involved. I knew it would wind up in me killing a bear. Unless he surrenders. Two-shotted by a wolf, so I don't think I have much chance against the bear. Yeah, I think in these villages the quest will be kind of nasty. No. Where was it? We have a ton of junk, isn't it? Yeah, when I saw that. I think I'll sell off all that junk, to be honest. Okay, we gotta make that fire again. We saved the guys long before that, so I don't know what's going on there. Let me have a look at that again. So, could have been that one there, probably. Yeah. Is that 4:01, 14 minutes ago? I'll have to make do with this one because I think it's overriding it. Okay. Let's just grab as much junk as we can from here because we're going home. That's what we'll do. We'll fill up. But we'll have to wait till morning, won't we? Because we've got to sell that other junk. Yeah, there's no point in keeping it, to be honest. I'm doing okay with stone stuff and with some cash, so we'll wait till morning. And we'll bring this back and we'll do a bit of crafting and we'll try and find some softer quests. Now, one of the achievements is do 100 quests, but like I've only seen 2 quests from the first town and that one from there, and there's only like 5 towns. I don't know where they're coming up with 100 quests. But maybe it opens out after a while. Yeah, I don't know where they're hiding 100 quests. Now, let's see if we can make her a little campfire. And what do we need to do? What do we like for food? Okay. Food. Oh, 53. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we do 4. Yeah, we'll go back from here, guys. We've got a free lift back. And what we'll do is we'll gather as much junk as possible. You know, for crafting and that. We'll need it. Oh, we did get a ton of junk, didn't we? There. Now let's sleep till morning. Let's try that, and we'll go sell the junk we have straight away, making room for the sticks and stuff we want to bring back. Maybe have a quick look around the outskirts of the town. Yeah, we missed... No, we didn't. Yeah. It's just that we missed that stupid quest. there. Now. Right. Let's sell that that junk to that guy and we'll move out. We get a free lift back here. At least I'm hoping it's free, but we'll keep a check on our money to make sure. There was no price, so I'm guessing, well, it would have to be, wouldn't it? There he is.
Need a new knife, but don't have the time to craft one. Where's a stone knife seller when you need one?
How are you?
Show me your wares. Right, we don't want anything from him, but we're gonna be selling him some junk. That's about it, guys. I think I want to rest. I'm definitely keeping the arrows. Ah, it's worth a lot as well. Yeah, it's probably worth too much. The like of that, yeah, well, who knows, we might come into a bear we might need to fight. I'm not sure about the boots. Yeah. Warm in the summer, cold in the winter, of course it is. But we'll keep it anyway. That's it.
Prices. Have a nice day.
You too. Now, okay. Let's make it worth our while. So we've got a bit of room. We can carry up to 50 or 60. Just so we can kind of waddle with this stuff and then we'll get him to bring us back. And we'll stick around the settlement for a bit. You're just grabbing this junk. This will add to our survival skill and then we can craft with it, so we're getting something done on that as well. Mushrooms, yeah, that's our top priority here. Okay. Where's that wagon area done there? Yeah, just a loose foot. I don't really want to take anything I don't need to from here around the town. Just the rubbish. Yeah, let's get out to the main road. Just across from this guy and we'll start clearing there. Hang on, I get these.
done any quest for the king?
No, we have not. Oh, but not too bad. We'll have a good bit going back. We can hold a ton of this, so we'd have to go to an area where we can pick this a little quicker. Oh. Oh, that's stealing. Okay. Yeah, that's stealing. I want to be careful. Right, let's get out here. Oh, just collecting some stuff for crafting. Schoolboy. Yeah. First playthrough on this, and I've started off a settlement, and I was going to do a quest, but this one was for a bear, and we're pretty weak in this game. You know, we've still got a lot of stuff to collect. So on this, you can craft some stuff to up your skills, or you'll need it for building as well. Yeah. We're just doing a little bit of exploring. Now, I've just found out that this guy down here, we can get a ride back to our settlement for free. So, that's why I'm stocking up on this. We can go back, we craft some of that, and then move out to another town. You see that quest there, stay vigilant. I'm not sure how to progress that one. Oh, I'll check it out later. It's just like a kind of survival, farming, settlement kind of game. And from this we'll craft baskets, we'll get cash, we'll buy technologies, and you know, we get experience from it. Even from what I'm doing here, picking this stuff in survival. Making the baskets will go towards production. Okay, we can do this a little quicker here. Well, once we get close to our max limit, we'll get straight back. We need some water anyway. So basically gathering supplies and crafting materials. Okay. I don't know when I last looked at the message board, so I don't know how long your message is there. On these kind of games I tend to get distracted, and I'm using a small laptop to check chat, and that's to my right, so I've got to take my eyes from the game to check it. Sometimes I forget to do so. Do you know what it's like with these kind of games? They kind of draw you in if you like this kind of stuff. Oh, what's that over there? So what do we like on weight? We've still got a good bit to go. Oh, the bag. Yeah, what's the story with the bag? 18.7 of 120. I don't get that. Maybe we've got stuff in the bag. I'm not sure how this stuff works. Let me see. No, 187 is the damage on it, isn't it? But I think we just... Yeah, it's just used for fertilizing and sowing. It's nothing got to do with carrying extra So wait. I'm still figuring this out. There we go. I did a ton of this when I wasn't streaming, but this is the kind of game I think that's going to require a lot of this stuff. Right, when we get back, we'll start to lay out some of the houses. We could get half a dozen up, even the base foundations. So I can work out the layout we're going to do. And get some of the buildings out of the way. Oh, hi, Momo. Pretty good, yeah. I managed to destroy the temporary one we had and moved all of the junk. I've got a warehouse up, a workshop, and my house. And now I've got to sort out the foundations for maybe, the rest of the houses. If I put the foundations down, although the tax is nothing, and it takes forever for it to come up, at the end of the year. But if I could kind of work out a kind of ground plan on it, which I'll have to do. So that's what we'll be doing in a moment, seeing how we're going to work this one out. But I just realised that that Wagoneer guy, the guy you hired to bring you places, I think a trip back to our settlement is free. So I'm going to take advantage of that now. I'm going to stock up on this junk until we can barely move. And then, yeah, that's nice. So when you're going long expeditions, it's only a one-way trip through. You can get a lift back from a town. So how's your day been, Momo? Oh, let me see. Hello, Rex. I know you're a baby. Yeah, you've got to go to sleep. It's too late for you to be up. Oh. I know this is mega tedious, but it's strangely interesting to me as well. Looting and scooting, yeah. Yeah, even this, strange enough. All of this I need. I started crafting the baskets. They're not too bad. But I'll need a ton of cash to buy the technologies as well. Not too worried about the taxes. I've seen how much the houses are. But, I don't stop at Rex. I suppose when, it gets bigger, it'll be a lot more expensive. But by then we'll be, producing a lot of junk with settlers. Taxes are not too bad. Where are we even? Okay. Alright, let's get back. Yeah, it's nearly time to go. Where is that stupid Wagoneer? I think I'm lost. Okay. See, I wanted to get this heavy more out on the road so it's easier to get to that guy. Okay. I think he's out here somewhere, is he? Oh, hang on. What have we got here? Archery target. Now I've lost all sense of direction. That was over the bridge. Yeah, it's straight up here. He's on the other side. Oh, hi, fat cat. Yes, Pomeranian. There's two of them here, Rex and Toby. Well, he should be asleep by now, but he heard me talking. He was wondering what was going on. Yeah, Rex is my doggo. Yeah, two of them. Well, I've got three. Toby is, Rex, Toby here, Max is in the other room. He doesn't play well with other doggos, I'm afraid. He's a rescue, and even though, he wasn't mistreated for very long and had a very profound effect on him. So he doesn't play well with other dogs. He can be quite nasty. Yes, he would beat you up, Rex. What is it? Oh, I think these guys need to go to the toilet. He's doing somersaults here. You want to go outside? Yeah, okay, relax. I won't be a moment, guys, just a tiny moment. My apologies for this, but yeah, this guy is doing somersaults here, so he needs to get out. Yes, okay, say hello. What about you, Tubbs? No? Yeah, I want to get out. Yeah, I won't be too long, just about half a minute maybe. Now, you better hurry up and get out here, Rex. Okay, I'll put this on pause, guys. I won't be a second. No, sorry guys. There we go. Yeah, it's a bit chilly out there. But yeah, I really needed to go. I usually, well, somebody usually brings them up, but it's usually me. But yeah, I was late. Streaming. I was extremely tired. Kind of even still feel wrecked, so I don't think anyone brought them up before. Well, thank you, Momo. But yeah, it's kind of chilly out there. Oh, for God's sake, let me see. Okay. There we go. Now, let's see what our weight is. I think it's 50 we can go to. Or is it 60? But we'll see. We'll max this out and get the... We'll get the maximum amount of stuff here. Yeah. We'll go for the maximum. I think it's 50-ish. It needs tidying up anyway. So it might be 60. It is actually 60. The weight limits are a little different. Here, we are allowed 10 kilos less on our average weight, but our overload is it's 10 kilos more, which is kind of silly. We'll hit red shortly and then we'll be okay. I think the other one was a little different. So I want to max this out before we go. Oh, you see that? We got another crafting skill. Just from picking this junk up. Or survival skill, I should say. But it takes forever once you, yeah, we're nearly there. You don't want you past a few levels. So what do we like? Another 10 or 20 sticks would do, I'd say. Yeah, so what? Another 3? I think it's 0.20. Yeah, oh, hang on, another 2 would probably do. Okay, we just need one more growing plant. That should be it there. No. It's weird. Okay. Yeah, that's it, guys. It's close enough. Right, let's go. I'm really hoping this one is free, but it seems to be. There was no price tag on it. So let's check our cash to see. We have 1259. It's actually silver, not gold. Which is kind of right, it was more common. 1269.
Have you ever wondered what a work
Let's save this one.
would
So let's see if we can get this free lift back. Oh, hi Diamondback. Hope you've been well. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, look. My village. Look how much it costs. Like, 280, like, come on. I see inflation was bad in medieval times as well. But I think back to your village is, I'm sorry, but I don't have your village on my map. You should talk to the Herald to officially name your village and build a village sign. Oh my god, it's not free. I knew something like that was going to happen. We'll never get back with this ton of junk we have, guys. We're in trouble. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I don't have... Okay. You should talk to the Herald and get permission to officially name your village and build the village sign. Only then my contract will allow me to take you there. Ah! I knew there was something up on that. The Herald, yeah. Sugar.
good luck.
So it will cost. I don't know if this is a good idea, guys, to try and make it back like this. Because we're going to the other side of the map. Okay, we'll see. But this is going to take some time. This is ridiculous. Yes, it's a problem. Okay, what's in this? We got one skill point. Where's that one? Survival sense. Strong as an oak, survivalist. I've done that one about the food and water. So where's that strong as an oak? What's that? 10% more health. There we go. It was a bad idea to fill up, wasn't it? No, I assumed it was free. Apparently we don't even have a village. I was wondering what that herald symbol meant. Yeah, you gotta get permission from that guy, probably cash, and then you can put up a sign and name your village. Sugar. This is not going to be too good trying to get back like this. It's too far. It's actually ridiculously far. I'll show you where it is. No, there's not a hope in hell. Hey, what's that there? I think that will be our new quest now, won't it? What's this? No, that's just a wagoneer. So we need a herald. Wherever that guy is. I'd say back in... Yeah, that's where we are, over here. Ah, come on. There. Yeah, I have a marker. We're right here. So... Yeah, that's ridiculous, isn't it? You're talking about 2 hours to get there. We'll have to dump some of this. That's a pity. We've got to get it down to about 40 or 50. That is a pity. I spent some... well. We got some skills for doing it anyway. Okay, we'll get it down to... we'll get it down to 40 maybe. That's well within tolerance. That's a pity, that's a lot of sticks, guys. It doesn't matter, we. Just under 40. There it is. 200 sticks. Who knows, it might be there when we get back again. So, that will be our next thing. We'll need to put up the village sign. The problem with doing that is... We'll probably see signs then along here for it. Yeah, it would have to be outside the limits of the village, which I'm not sure how it's going to be yet. No, it looks like we're doing this the hard way for a while. Right, let's get back as quickly as possible. That's a pity running around isn't some kind of experience in this game because we're going to be doing a lot of it. We'll have to stick closer to our base. We need to source some timber. Anyway, we need to do the layout, so we'll be chopping a lot of wood, doing that kind of stuff. We still haven't finished the mine. So we'll try and get up part of the infrastructure I think we need. But we found out the hard way about that. But I think we might be able to move the sign, wouldn't we? You know, if you wanted to extend the village, you would. Pretty good, yeah, it's a decent game. Although I've never liked the New Vegas system of, you know, cutting you off at a certain stage in the game and not allowing you to get all of the perks. This does the same. In one section there's 28 perks, but you only level up 10 times and then it stops. 1 and then 2 and then 1 and then 2. So you get, in the 10 levels, you get a total of 15 points to spend with 28 perks. I've never liked that system. We've got to pick and choose. Yeah. Just like, do you remember the stuff in New Vegas? That was a killer. And the thing about it is, the most of the first perks are kind of useless. But let's say if you wanted to get some of the kind of grade 4, you know, level 4 ones, you have to have 1, 2 and 3 picked as well before it leads you into it. So even at that you'll waste, you know, a few points. Ah, pity. That makes you think about how you're spending them. Oh, in this game basically I'll be doing quests, but we're on what was this? Oh yeah, this guy, I'm thinking of the other map. This guy was apparently part of some kind of traveling construction firm or something. They were attacked by bandits, he was injured, and then woke up in this village. Again, like New Vegas, you know? Remember when you meet the doc? That kind of thing. And then, you know, you're kind of introduced to this other guy and he sends you to kind of like a sheriff kind of guy, you know, under the king. So he wants you to still complete the village even though all of the team is gone. So you'll complete your own village, you do the quests, earn reputation, do crops, and I think a little later in the game you'll do quests for the king. So it's kind of like a survival. It's pretty decent, you know, because it's got no dragons, no magic, you know, stuff like that. There is the odd potion there, but you know, all of these Evo games have them. Well, they're not too bad. You know, there's none of these survival games that's, you know, they've got absolutely, you know, 100% graphics. But I'll show you. We'll be going through the town here in a moment. They're not too bad. We'll put it this way. They're as good as and better than the stuff that Avowed came out with. Oh god, those NPCs were brutal. These guys will move around. They'll have conversations and that. The ones in Avowed, they're static. You know? Yeah, I'll show you once we get here. I had to dump a lot of junk to put down on weight. Storage is a big problem at the start, obviously. Yeah, we'll be going to the main town in a moment. Oh. We've met our first bandit, guys.
I will make you dead and done. Beg for mercy.
Oh. Okay. Are you kidding me? We got killed. Okay, that's the first time I met a bandit. I didn't know that they were so tough. We're wasting our time with a spear. We're so peasants in this game. Ah, that's a problem. I should have saved before we set off, guys. Okay, what I should have doing is running for the river. Okay, I just needed to know how tough they were. We were doing good against the first guy, to be honest. You know, we got his health down halfway. But I wanted to take the bow from the other guy. But that didn't work out too well, did it? Yeah, okay. That is terrible. I didn't save. Oh, okay, we're going back from here anyway. There, we'll go back from here, guys. I've had enough. Yeah. We did a lot of collecting here for 0. I forgot to save this stupid thing. 504. Oh no, it was the wrong one. Yeah, where's the 504 now? This is a load game and we've got 423, right? And now if I save the game, I've got 504. This is a... I don't get this. This got me a few times, to be honest. 415, 423. I don't know how this saving thing is going, because half the time it's not saving. Wonder if that game is similar to this. I'm not familiar with it, actually. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was. That's a lot of work on that drain now, guys. I'm having problems with the saving system, to be honest. Yeah, that's a pity. So, do you remember what I said about that swamp? It's probably bandits. That's horrible. We did a lot of work. I'm better off doing it back at home anyway, to be honest, back at the village. Okay, that's 15-20 minutes going on this drain there. Yeah, okay. That was the first bandit I met. In hindsight, I should have doing a rudder. But I thought I saved that game before we left off. Apparently not. So this is the Badlands, apparently, for bandits. Oh well. Yeah, I've still got the copper and all that. We'll sell that. We'll sell that when we're passing through the other village. I'm just ticked off now. We lost a good probably half an hour because I spent my time foraging. I thought that guy would give us a lift for free. Yeah, it was here they were, wasn't it? Idiots. That really cost me. It's not too bad. Or was it here? It was one of these bridges. So now we know the story. This is some dangerous spot. Okay, let's get back. Let's see if we're on the right track. We are. Oh, not really. But same difference. We'll have to cross over to the other road over here. Yeah. There it is. Yeah, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Oh, that was costly, alright. I think it was down there we were ambushed, wasn't it? So we're nowhere ready for bandits, so we're definitely nowhere ready for bears. I think we'll have to stay a peasant farmer for a little bit. Oh, let's check that meter and see if it was like a kind of dirt meter. Yeah, 1%. It was, I was right. Yeah, and the last time was only 16%. It would take a lot to get this guy dirty then. Yeah, it's down to 1% now. It must have been that one. Yeah, this is the main town. I'll show you the NPCs properly. And not too bad. Kind of like Oblivion. You know, they'll have their little routines. They, you know, do the crops. They'll come in, you know, tend to the stores, go to bed at night, sleep in a bed. Yeah. All the stuff they did in Oblivion. Whether they have individual conversations, I never really noticed, to be honest. But it's getting to the stage in games, guys, when, you know, the stuff they had in games 20 years ago, like Oblivion, where they'll have a little routine that, you know, you'd hear people talking in the street, they'll have little conversations that go do their chores or, you know, go to the inn, come back, sleep, you know, get up at a certain time. It was like clockwork. Made it very immersive. But it's getting to the stage in games now where, you know, where you're getting those basic things in games. It's like a big thing, you know. Although in some games they might be progressing with graphics or whatever the case may be. They're really dumbing it down on the complicated stuff. Definitely on the quest writing. No, we should be able to build a palisade like this after a while. And that's what I've been kind of working towards. Because, you know, when I can do the proper fencing, I can, you know, really kind of work the layout on these. Yeah, so there you go. You get them walking around like this. It kind of reminds me of The Witcher, guys. The layout on the towns. Well, the same kind of movement, you know, same kind of actions. Yeah, it's very Witcher-like. I'm not sure where's the games company? Yeah, you kind of see that. This is what's the name of this company again? Yeah, it does kind of scream the kind of stuff they've been doing like in Poland and Eastern Europe, which is actually quite good. I wonder where this company is from. What's the name of the company of this, guys, again? This is what? Medieval Dynasty. I don't know, to be honest. But the guys who did Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, there's well, they're vendors. You know, they're all vendors, and you can get all that stuff from them. You can also, you know, you can also build your own thing and get settlers, you know, to run those, and they'll have different kind of stats. And over time, if you leave them long enough on one job, they'll become an expert blacksmith. And that's only basically down to time, how long it takes to do something. But it's not overcomplicated, you know. It's pretty decent, and you can build a large town like this eventually, with up to 50 people. So that's pretty decent. That's what I'm really interested in. But it's a slow burn getting there, you know. Yeah, so they'll do their little jobs and all that stuff. And when we build houses and things, there'll be a little checklist here where we can say who lives in the house, you know, where they work, all of that stuff. So when you, for every settler, you'll need, first of all, you need housing. You'll need to have a job for them. And you'll need food and water. And they'll take that all from the warehouse, the storeroom. And in the winter you'll have to have a ton of supply of firewood. And then there's tons of upgrades you can do to their houses eventually.
The right man in the wrong
Then there's the
all the
there's the village marketplace. I'll put one of these eventually in the center. Not sure how much they'll let us build, to be honest. If they'll let us copy something like this. Don't know about this stuff. So this is the main one. So this would hold, yeah, probably roughly 50 people. I think you can cram 3 to 4 people into a house, so you wouldn't need a ton of houses. But you'd probably need room. Oh yeah, they can have, if you put male and female in a house of a certain age, they'll have a family. Yeah. And actually you can get married and have a family. But when you have a kid in this game, if you die when if the kid is 18, I think, you play as your kid. Yeah. The Roman stuff would be good, but I was pretty into medieval stuff as well. You know, and even the Greek stuff. But yeah, the medieval or Roman thing would be my favorite kind of go-to. Right, let's get to our settlement. But there's much more to it. There is horses in this game, guys. I knew it just wasn't donkeys. But before we'll have to knuckle down and see if we can get the tech we need to move around a little bit better. Oh, there's something about a herald. Do you remember what he said? The herald will be here. He said something about naming our village. Now, if we're building a sign, it doesn't matter where we put it, because we can always move it, I think. Yeah. So let's save it this time for real. Yeah, there it is there. That's what I should have done before. Cost me a bit. Cost me about half an hour. So we're looking for a guy called a herald. Where would we find that? But you see, that might be locked behind. Oh, hang on. We're wasting our time. We don't have any villagers yet. But let's see. Here's the map. There's a herald. You see it? That guy holding up that trumpet thingy. I don't see any guy there. But I do see a quest on this, guys. Do I see a quest on this? There's actually a quest here. Oh, there is. Cool. That just appeared. Either way, let's get back here. There's a few things I need to do. So we'll spend an in-game day or two here. I'll do some of the layout. I'll see what way it's gonna go. But I have a fair idea. But what I really need to do, I need to unlock the... I'll show you. Because I'll really know what I'm really doing if I can unlock this. Where is it? It's here somewhere. It's the Palisades. Okay, decorative fence. Iron. Oh, an iron gate, guys. Sturdy fence. Rail pier. That's just a resource thingy. It's here somewhere. Oh, hanging lanterns. Cool. But the amount of cash we need. Unbelievable. Now there's some fencing here. Decorative wooden shutters. No, not those. Where is it? I've seen it earlier. There it is, Palisade. It's in Woodshed too. Okay, we'll walk towards the Woodshed then. Yeah, there it is there, you see it? Palisade. A type of fence, decorative structure that yeah. That's the one we need. Then I can really see where I'm going with this settlement. It would need to have boundaries, of course. We'd need that, and obviously we'd need a large gateway, which is somewhere around there as well. But we definitely need that. That's what we'll be going for. Where's the gateway? Set a large gateway. I think that was in storage resources too. Yeah, there it is. A roofed gateway. You see it there in storage? Storage 2, is it? Yeah, there it is. Where is it? Sugar. Yeah, there it is. The roofed gateway. So I think that's what they've been doing here. As you can... Oh, no, they haven't. There's probably another part on this where we can have 2 sections. Something like this I definitely want. I wonder would it be as well, unlocking it, we'll say. But I doubt it. I think they're going to give us something basic. I don't think we can copy that. But we'll see. Right, let's get back. Get this... Oh, hang on. I've got junk to sell. And we'll sell the other junk we have down there. Yeah, the copper tools and that. Yeah, we don't really need them now. We're doing fine with the stone. Except for the weapons, maybe. There is a quest there, apparently. I see Stay Vigilant is active. Now where's this guy?
How can I help you?
Now. Well, the rest is okay. Oh yeah, the clay ball. We get rid of those guys. They're just holding up everything.
Can I
There.
interest? Have a nice day.
Let's go. Right, we need water as well. Right, let's get back to the settlement, guys, and we'll see if we can do some kind of layout. But I don't want to do too much around the borders in case this palisade wall doesn't work out and I have to move them back.
I spend more time with this horse than with my family.
Yeah, we're pretty low on water. I think we're passing over a river here, so... which way is it from here? Where exactly are we? Yeah, okay. We're going this way and then the other road. This way here. And then we take a right and then we're good. Yeah, we should get back before we die of thirst. But Sage showed me a decent spot, coisting. Yeah. It's really pretty. Saved me a lot of time looking for a spot, but I think I could make it work. Yeah. So we can actually get our village name on the map, that's cool. But there's no way that we can find that herald, and it's probably set behind a number of villagers, I suppose. But I'll be on the lookout for that guy. See if we can name it early. But yeah, it looks like we will be charged for going here, that's a pity. Well, we might as well take them, they're freebies. And it's a decent amount away as well. I know it's a bit of an inconvenience, but, you know, having our village right up, you know, too close to another one wouldn't look good. Yeah, we're just down here on those far trees, I think. Yeah, but most likely when we do, we'll get the signs up as well. And then we'll choose a name. I've been sourcing all of the timber from here, leaving the stumps that will eventually grow back, but, you know, just out of view. Don't want to cut down everything here. I will eventually have to remove some trees here, but I want to keep a nice kind of combination of trees and houses, you know. Only chop them down when I have to. So you wouldn't believe how long it took to destroy the other settlement. Well, it wasn't a settlement, it was just a temporary thing we had. Move the junk from here. Do a little bit of crafting to get the perks I needed. And get these three up and running. Oh, let's go and do our traps. We need some water. Other trap things, we'll have to work hard on those because we're not really geared up for hunting yet. And if we put too much production things in, it will look bad. We'll need to mix them through the housing, but I don't know where I want to put the housing yet. So that's what we're going to work on now. Even if it's just the base, you know. So I'll know where I can build and where not. And it can always be destroyed. I've got that perk for half the stuff back if we change our mind, so it's not exactly in stone. I'll do the rest of the pathways later. Not sure what I want to do here yet, but let's see. All of that stuff here. The leather, oh, that's nice. Now I've got some food and junk to store. And some clothing. Some armor apparently. And the bags as well. That we'll need during farming, I think. Oh, the iron arrows are supposed to go there. Yeah, that stuff. Now. We'll probably eventually need those. Now let's get ourselves organized for a little bit of building. So this is more of a kind of town planning thing now. So we'll have to be careful. So what's our health? Okay. We still got potions. Yeah, what's the potions anyway, guys? Let's see what they are. I didn't have a look. Well, that's poison anyway. Potion of instant healing, strength, temperature, salted meat. There's not much in the potions. Okay. Now let's see. Sure, 95. Okay, we could do one more meat and we'll store the rest. What happens to music? Do you mean the background music, is it? Yeah, it's just a thing they're playing. Some of it is quite good. I'm not too fond of that one. But I've seen in the town, I think you can build a tavern, and they'll have kind of troubadours, you know. If it's something like the main towns, once you build a tavern, once you get high enough, it's kind of off, I thought. This is more like it, what we're hearing here now. But some of it is, yeah, it's not exactly spot on. Some of it is quite nice. But, I don't know, and some of it they might have even been using some of, you know, the kind of instruments they used in those times, you know. But I think some of the music doesn't suit. This is not too bad. But if they went more with kind of harps and, you know, that kind of thing, it would have been, you know, something they would have been using. you know, loot. But it's yeah, it's kind of suiting, but some not so much. Okay, guys, why do we still have this in our menu? Oh, is this full? Oh, it's full. Oh, I see. Right, we'll move that then somewhere else. Yeah, that's full. Okay, we'll put it here for the time being. I was wondering why I kept getting back the potion. This will do, even though it's for production, it will still hold these. Yeah. I thought I was going crazy there for a moment. There. Okay, we're as good as we're gonna be, guys. We just get rid of the bows and stuff we got. I'll have to start using those shortly, but I'm saving them for a quest. Especially the arrows. Oh, I forgot to sound that stupid bow. Okay. That's it, we're pretty good, 7-2-0. Now we'll save our game and I'll show you what I want to do. First of all, we'll be putting a line of houses down about there. About there. I'm hoping the palisade wall will go along here, but you see where I'm kind of stuck with the palisade wall. I'm not sure if it will go here, or would we have to move the trees and make one? If so, if we build these here, we'd have to destroy them again and take everything up. So until we unlock that palisade wall, we don't really know where we're going with this. There's even a possibility I might have to move the resource place here, and that's a big job. And we'll lose half of our resources. So let's see what technology is locked behind and see what we have to work on to get there. Now let me just save this. There. And we're only halfway through our stream. We'll make good progress on this. So we wasted a lot of time because of the saves. So where was the palisade wall again? Well, that's the gateway anyway, the roofed gateway. So we definitely need that, but where was the palisade wall? It's the builder's hut, isn't it? No. Okay, it's not there. It's actually here, if we can get it somewhere. Where did I see that? It's definitely not the mine. Stone fence. That's interesting. A woodshed. There it is. Woodshed 2. We need to unlock that, guys. And then give 1,000 for that palisade. And then we'll see what we can build from that. But if it's only a straight fence, we're stuck with the kind of gated way. We won't be able to copy the other guy, but at least we'll know what we're doing. So that's our target there. To unlock this one. The woodshed 2. Yeah. So that's in building. That's in production, isn't it? Yeah, it's on this one here. Simple house woodshed 1. It's in this one here, production. Yeah, building technology. So how do we get this moving along? Skills. Let me see. This one is extraction, hunting, farming, diplomacy, survival. I think it's production, to be honest. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, the woodshed is all about production. So we'll have to craft tons of stuff and see. So to get another level, it's not too bad. We have 136 out of 500. A basket would give us about, I think, 1.5. So we'd need what? We need, what was it, 300, and let's say 370. We need a lot of baskets. Right, not extraction, but okay. So the best thing we can do is collect sticks and junk. So we'll head up here. This will take some time. We'll collect as much sticks as we possibly can. Well, I want to be getting that out of there anyway. Yeah, as much as we possibly can. And we'll see if we can move up to that level 2. I haven't been taking anything from here because the place would look really bad. Even if we left the stumps, it would take forever for them to grow back. So I've been doing it out of sight up here. Not so much about that. That's for mining and extraction. We'll get it later. And I've been taking it the far side of the hill here. But we can take the sticks and junk here. That's not a biggie. Everything except the stone. And maybe some choice plants. So this is our lot for a while, guys, until we get into that production 2 part. And I don't know if we upgrade the shed we have, or if we gotta destroy it and build a new one, but we'll see. Or if it's the same one and it just upgrades itself, I'm not sure. But I'll show you where it is here. Buildings and storages. There it is. Oh, it's the woodshed we're working for, isn't it? So it would be production. Yeah, there's woodshed. You see it? Or workshop. It's workshop 2. Yeah, it is production that does it. I was right. So we gotta be crafting junk. This is the easiest thing we can do so far. And it gives us cash as well, which slightly helps diplomacy. But we still need the money as well to unlock a ton of stuff, so it's kind of doing 3 things, isn't it? I was hoping to get on earlier today to do a lot of this, but we'll get by. That something as grindy as this, when it's eventually done, it feels like some kind of achievement, as opposed to getting it handed to you too easy, you know. I suppose the trick in that is not making it too grindy. To keep a good balance. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what we're doing as well. By doing this, we're getting more experience on survival as well, so yeah, we're working on a few things really. Yeah, the gathering thing is survival. So we'll go mental here for a while with this. I've got the perk out with this for this hunter vision and the other one, so it doesn't cost stamina. If you're going to do building, it's by far, you know, the most useful of the perks. There's some wolves down the other end, so I've been keeping away from those guys. They're just as bad as the bandits. This will give you a right pain in your wrist. You're holding down this button all the time. I definitely don't like the piano in this music. Not for this kind of game. I do think it's a bit off. There was one or two of the melodies there that kind of did suit. Even that one is a bit suspect, but it's better than the last. Oh, kind of okay for logs for a while. It's very time consuming. But I guess by the time we finish this settlement, we'll have the entire area cleared of every stick and stone for probably 1,000 meters. We'll check our weight in a moment. But these are kind of light. I think 10 for every 1 kilo. Okay, where's my settlement? Over here. We'll make our way. It's getting too dark. We'll make our way back towards it. I don't want to stray into the path of those wolves again. So that's what we're doing then. We're going all out to get that palisade wall. And from there I can sort out a design. Just need to know how it handles and what it covers and how much room it needs. Going ahead with the full village or town now. Before that would be like trying to build a house before you put in the foundations. Maybe not the best approach. What are we like for weight? Today we didn't take much weight. Okay, where's our settlement? Over here. Okay, we'll forage our way back. Yeah, we can carry a ton of sticks apparently. But very, very, very laborious. Alright, we'll mix it up a little bit in a moment. We'll do some mining, but that's not gonna get us there any quicker, is it? Okay, let's just get down here and we'll make these baskets get some rest. get eaten by a wolf would be nice. This way, we're almost there. Right, where is my settlement? There it is. Careful we don't break our neck here. That would not be good. Still quicker than going around the other side. There. It's not a bad spot, this. If we can work out the fencing. Well, the fencing will kill the view from here, but I'm toying with the idea of going here, but I don't think it will go across a river. If it did, we're in business. Yeah, we're in business if it does. We could fence in part of the river. That would be cool. Now, this is what we're looking to get. If once we level up again, well, there's a level up, but it takes X amount to unlock a new building. It might come before or after it. But here's the skills here that we'll be working on this one. Yeah. So that's production. $52, so that will give us about 76, no, but about 78 points. What else say we needed? 300 and something. Ah, we'll get us part of the way there. Get us some cash as well. So that's what we need to do. We'll knuckle down and we'll try and get that perimeter fencing. And then from that we can do our layout. Because we're kind of stuck in an area where you've got the river bordering you at one side. And you've got that kind of rock face on the other. So it's not like you could really, add it to precisely later. Especially when you're dealing with the centering of that bridge. Let's see if we can get it in neat. I've never gotten to these pieces, so I don't know how they play. Well, we'll see. But I guess they'll have their little quirks and problems. But definitely interested to see on what they look like, how high they are, and how easy they are to place. But most importantly, if you can kind of, how could I put this? If they snap, I doubt they'd snap, but maybe they do. And let's say when you're going up to higher ground, will they still stay the same level as the rest of the fencing? Or kind of jump up, and that would be a bit of a heartbreaker if it does. That would mean you would need a settlement that's absolutely level, which makes no sense. But we'll see. You're talking Valheim kind of stuff, in a way you could flatten the ground. But I think even in Valheim you could sink the fencing. I guess it's the same here. I'm hoping it is, probably is. But we won't know for sure until we get our hands on them. And we're a bit off yet. And then we'll hit that message board shortly and get that quest. We'll see how we get on with this for a while. some time to reflect anyway when we were doing this. Oh, hi Sage. Pretty good, yeah, pretty good. It took me ages to get the other junk up here. And I'm pushing forward on the technology. I need to get my hands on the palisade fence. You know, because before I can make a commitment to anything, I've got to see how that handles and, you know, if I can get that in properly. Especially because of the bridge. And I'm wondering as well, that palisade fence, you know, I want to, if I could, do one side, the far side of the river so we get that scenery. And if we use the gateway, or will it give us, you know, is it just a fence or is there other stuff in there as well? And we need to unlock once it comes up. You know, the other pieces. See how it looks. And if it, you know, if it buries as well. But yeah, pretty good. I'll leave down foundations of the houses after a while. You don't have to necessarily finish them, just the foundations. So I can do the planning of this. Out of stone. Yeah. There's a stone thing as well. That's interesting. I seen that on the mining, but that would be extraction, wouldn't it? Stone would be different. The palisade looks pretty decent as well. What's the stone stuff like? With a room for 2 kids, yeah. I'd imagine then a male and a female of a certain age. Yeah, and then you'd get more of a population that way. It's going to be interesting. We have a long way to go, but it's going to be fun. There it is. Sewing hut 1. That's not that we want. This one is full, isn't it? It is. We'll put it all in storage. So, you've tried the palisade walls. How do they? Are they kind of aesthetic or? Yeah, I haven't seen that. The problem is unlocking the technology, so I can see what would look best. But for the time being, we're going to be doing some of this junk here. Making baskets and unlocking junk. Yeah. Yeah, don't attack. And villagers can't be attacked by animals, yeah. Yeah. The walls are pretty interesting as well. That's actually in mining, isn't it? Here, let me just get some food and water. And sleep till morning, and I'll have another quick look again. But either way, the way it goes with these settlements, this is the way I'd go with any building thing. I have to unlock the tech first and have a look at it. You know, to see what kind of works. But that means a ton of you know, of crafting and mining and all that stuff. You kept the livestock, yeah. Maybe a combination of both. The stone one inside would really be nice for little gardens when, you know, you upgrade our houses to stone. It depends on how many sizes. You definitely have to unlock, wouldn't you, to see? But I think what you see is what you get. Let me see. Let's go down to technology here for a moment. Now it's in mining, the stone ones you were on about. Yeah, stone fence. Oh, that's a stone fence. Oh, you used the fence. Yeah. Oh, we still need a ton of cash, you know. But I'm in no rush, you know, no rush. So we unlocked, what was it, sewing shed. I don't know which one that was. Well, this is production anyway, the building technology. Yeah. where was that one I was looking for? Maybe it's a woodshed. Resource storage. Well, excavation shed. Just house, woodshed 2. That's what I'm going for here. But we unlocked something. The sewing shed, was it? Where was that? No, what did we unlock a moment ago? Workshop. Yeah, I'm going for workshop 2. See this one? Or is it workshop? No, no, it's not workshop. It's this one here. Oh, sugar, where is it? Woodshed 2. Yeah, there it is for the Palisades. I've seen them, yeah. I've seen them on the houses as well. They're very cheap, you know, as long as you don't overdo it with the buildings for a while. So this one here is in building technology. So with building technology, do we have to keep building stuff or something for that? I think that's... Let me see where that would be. Oh yeah, houses. So, no, it's in production, guys. Yeah, it's in production. Yeah, we need to keep at production to unlock this guy. There, the workshop 2. I need to see those. Yeah. You know, before we commit to anything. It's something we'll need done anyway. Yeah, we need workshop 2. So it is in production. So if we work on production, obviously we'll unlock this. That's what I'm thinking anyway. At least it should be that way. So let's see where we are. That's production. Yeah, we're up to 218 now. Remember we were 60 something or 70 something. Yeah, okay. We'll stick at that for a moment. Right, let's get some sleep. And we'll stick at the wicker baskets. I just want a quick look at the Palisades. And then we'll be good. I can't really imagine any kind of layout in this without the outer fencing. And I don't know how it works, what kind of room it needs and how it looks, and you know, if I put up a ton of stuff now and plan something and then find I can't get that into place, I'm kind of in trouble, because it's not just moving a couple of buildings. You know, then you know you're talking about, you know, almost moving the whole thing, you know, to work it out again. Got a few traps up as well. Minus the wolves, yeah, I've been keeping clear of those guys. There's a pack that kind of strays in up the hill from time to time, but I think it's a random thing. But I've heard them in the distance a bit. And they've moved quite close sometimes, so I've got to be careful. But those, yeah, they're pretty nasty. Of course, we need the rat trap and the fish trap as well. We'll be working towards that. Food is the thing, you know, especially when you're not farming. You're totally relying on the hunting. So we'll get stuck into production. And so far the wicker baskets seem to be the thing. Hmm. Hmm. In the house rows, yeah. I just built these here, they're exactly where I need them to be. Well, for the time being. But yeah, you'd want to unlock a ton of technology. But it's the kind of game that you're kind of held back if you don't start, producing big, you know. But I think we can manage this. Yeah, I think we can work it out. Now, we need to get rid of some fur. Then I'll do a quick save and then we'll get some more sticks. Anyway, when you're getting the sticks, you're working towards survival, you're doing the production, so you're working towards that, you're unlocking more technologies, and you're making cash to buy more technologies as well. So, the gathering thing is it's not too bad. You're working on several things at once. There, we're good to go. But by the time I'm finished with this settlement, the whole area for maybe 1,000 meters around will be picked clean, I'd say. Oh, wrong one. There it is. We've still got about 2.5, 3 hours. Yeah, we'll do a lot and then we'll definitely have a look at what we need. It'll give me a chance to get some of the fencing in, or see how it looks at least. So I've been taking this out of sight, over the hill. Because I put in long seasons and it would look horrible if I, made this like a construction camp. So I've been taking it just over this hill here. Well, it doesn't really matter with the sticks and stuff, But the trees I can't really touch here. They're just the ones down the other side. These are not too bad, they're just an eyesore. So we'll start to clear a little closer to home this time. Prototypes. Oh, there's a tent down there. I searched it already. Yeah. I got a few arrows and stuff, but nothing much. But every time I'm making these willow baskets, it keeps reminding me of something. I think he's dead and gone now. Not long. About 5 years. He was pretty old. But it was this guy, and this was going right back to the 60s, 50s. No, probably the 50s and 40s. Yeah, my dad kind of knew him, and I vaguely knew him as a kid. But a nasty piece of work, this guy. But there was a nearby kind of swamp thing, and he would collect the reeds, and he would make the wicker baskets and kind of sell them, and that. But as his business grew, he started very early on, when it was kind of novel to do the, instead of the kind of little mom and pop family shops, to, create these supermarket kind of chains and things. But I think within 25, 30 years, he became pretty big. So he was the You know, the kind of, the big shot in the town, you know? Except the fighting. Everything you do in this game, your villagers can do. Yeah, I honestly think you're going to crack before you go through 80% of the tech tree on the fence. Nah, no. I'll probably get some of it. I'll be grinding a lot of this, let's say. You know, it's something for me to do. Kind of offline. But yeah, the guy. But rolled through the years anyway, he started to become involved in local politics. This sounds familiar, doesn't it? So he was elected mayor for a while, and then he went into local council and got pretty high up. He used his position to, you know, grant himself lots of planning permission that he shouldn't have got. Ridiculous stuff to help his business. And I do remember in later years that I remember there was a large factory nearby. They used to do international stuff that would be shipped out in the beef industry. But one summer, some people broke in and a lot of stuff went missing. But eventually the cops found it and it was in his store. And he didn't know how it got there. But of course he had power and influence. You know, he managed to get out of that one really easy. And then there was another fiasco. Basically here, as you work, you pay a little tax and it's called RSI. And that would be paid, taken from your wages and paid by your employer. That would go towards, you know, free dental, free GP visits, all that kind of stuff, you know. Free eye care, glasses, all of that stuff. And it's like a kind of fund you pay into. But he was collecting that for, I think, gone 20 years. But then they found out that he wasn't actually paying it in. So the IRS, or not the IRS, the Inland Revenue, or version of the IRS, they contacted him. Yeah. No, but this is universal. This is every kind of small town kind of thing. One guy, you know, would have a lot of businesses and people would rely on him for certain work and stuff. And this is an old story. This is universal. But anyway, he managed to do a deal. And this was going back a long time ago. Oh yeah, this is just the human condition. And he gave them $1.5 million or something. Now that's back when $1.5 million was $1.5 million compared to today. Let's say if it was $1.5 million compared to the economy we have in the time ago it was, that would be like you'd get the same amount then for $1.5 million you probably would for 20 million now. But no jail time, not even a slap on the wrist. He just, you know, bought his way out. Then there was about a dozen sexual harassment cases against this guy. Some horrible stuff, you know, with his employees. There was even some rumours going around, which, you know, they were only rumours, but allegedly that, you know, he had some strange propositions for female shoplifters. You know, that kind of scumbag? Horrible, horrible, horrible person. I know his son, and he's just as bad, even worse. And obviously, you know, they're racist as well. For even the tiniest thing. Yeah, doesn't matter about skin color. You know, the kind of class racism. Which is strange coming from these guys, because they came from nothing. Absolutely nothing. Old story, isn't it? You know, small guy gets big, small guy, you know, thinks he's God. And, you know, for the best part, gets away with it. Yeah, but every time I do the wicker baskets, it reminds me of that. Yes, there is. It all depends on what career. But it is so many variables, and no matter where your position is, it's how could I put this? It's it's like a kind of butterfly effect thing, if you know what I mean. So let's say if you were born into some kind of privilege, well, it's very easy to mess that up. You know, you could develop habits, let's say, or you just not might be into it. But rarely will you see a billionaire who played by the rules, who could look in the mirror and say, well, you know, I did everything the way it should be. You know, I'm getting to think that, you know, the only way to get ahead in life is to compromise. Maybe that's why I didn't get ahead in life. I didn't compromise. It all depends what's more important to you, I suppose. Of course, you can be born into it as well. But, you know, you can easily flitter that away. Like, take for instance, yeah. It's just a game, yeah. If you can hold on to that money, you know. I remember a guy who won, I think, a couple of mil, back when a couple of mil was like massive amount of money, you know. At that time you'd buy a really nice house for maybe 45, 50 grand. So a couple of mil was a massive amount of money. Well, he was an idiot. He went through it in about 11 months. I remember that guy that won the big, massive amount of money in the UK. I think it was something crazy like 70 million or 120 million. Yeah, he went through his money pretty quick as well. Yeah, it depends. But it's one thing I've seen from big business, especially when, you know, you're talking about really big business. And I know it's as simple as saying, but, you know, buy low, sell high. But every time there's a crisis in some country where, you know, companies lose value or property loses value, these guys will come in and they'll snap it all up. It's usually some kind of vulture fund, some kind of hedge fund. And they'll just sit on that property for maybe a year or so and at least quadruple their money. But it's like the catch-22 situation. When prices drop like that, absolutely not everyone would have that kind of money to invest into something. And then, let's say, be able to let it sit for maybe a year or two, you know. And maybe the costs involved in that as well for, you know, obviously, you know, making sure that everything is okay and insuring it as well. So you gotta make big money to have big money. Or you gotta have big money, sorry, to make big money. It's definitely a bit of a trap, isn't it? You can be assured that what's going on now in the world is people making lots of money from that. This was a godsend to them, I'd say. Yes, I don't know why they keep going, to be honest. You know, if you have hundreds of billions, you know, that even, you know, if you were sensible, like, you know, would last your family probably forever, till the end of time. Why would you need more? And if it got to the stage where you had all of the money, what then? Would you demand people's blood? Or fealty, or God knows what? Now, to play the money game, unless it's under a certain amount of, through a broker. So people with lots of money don't want other people to make it. Ah, well, that sounds about right. The stock market is a mixed bag, isn't it? You know, the amount of scandals over the past few decades, you know. So it's you're definitely playing your money on the stock. Not only is it a gamble, but you've got to trust the people in charge. And to be honest, they don't really deserve trust, do they? I remember, I think it was in the early 2000s, late 90s. Was it Lides or something? They had this broker, he would do large international transactions. But what he was doing was he was using the money to bet on currency fluctuations. And he would kind of skim off the profits. And I think he picked the wrong horse. And some currency went massively down. I think he lost his bank billions. I don't know if he's still doing jail. But the temptation to do that is too much for some people. Absolutely. You all live in the same town. Yeah, they'll visit your house. You go pay back that. Yeah. But ever since, the large stuff came into place. But it's all about, as, wages get tightened, let's say, we know for the longest time they haven't been keeping up with the cost of living. So, each generation is having it harder than the last. So you're talking about a situation then when, obviously you want things as cheaply as you can get them. Well, this opens the door then, for big corporations and that, and kind of taking out your kind of mama and papa stores and stuff like that, But as far as it goes, let's say we're getting cheap goods. They can be made elsewhere, I suppose, cheaper. You could set up a decent infrastructure within your own country to supply all the materials you need, but that would take a long time and a lot of coordination. That's been overlooked in a lot of places because it's not cost effective. How many times have I heard that word? And then once the product gets made, even when everything is to hand, you're using, workers from your country that, you'd have to pay them, in theory, you'd have to pay them a fair wage. So that would drive up the price. I wouldn't be really too bad with that. But the fact that they're not driving up the workers' wages, that's the problem. That theory is pretty okay, as long as you treat your workers fairly, and don't squeeze every dime, from them. Else the whole thing just falls apart. I'd have a reliable truck, a little property in the mountains, my own vegetable garden, water, electricity system, completely independent. They're just given away. They don't need, because, I know exactly what you mean. But when I was about your age, I was heavily thinking about, doing that kind of cabin thing. But you know what it's like. But never got around to doing it. And I'm too old and weak now to be able to do it. But I know some interesting guys that, the old school tech, like the Romans used to use, proper water system from, just some tubing from a stream. The tech that the Romans would use on the aqueducts. They would flood some water into a clay pipe. So let's say it's 10 meters circumference or 10 inches circumference, and then maybe a couple of meters down, let's say 20 meters down, it would be, an inch less and an inch less and an inch less. And what would happen is, as the water kept going down, it would create a ton of pressure. You could actually, get the water pressure perfect doing that. Knew a guy who could, power his own home from gas that he took from cow manure. And it's a simple enough system, but highly illegal because, having gas storage. Yeah, having gas storage. You could, yeah. If you had a small cabin, I think you could make it totally sufficient. possible, and that's not even with using modern technology. Well, you'd need some, but yeah, yeah, the Romans were pretty good at that. They had a perfect water pressure system, although they did like to use lead in their piping. So, but even the Romans eventually realized that lead was driving people crazy. Yeah, yeah. Well, there's kind of eco villages here, but they wouldn't be doing the old school tech. Totally independent villages. Where there's a community where all of the power would be, from solar and wind and stuff like that, and they'd be growing their own stuff. But right now, it's really not a way of life. It's more of a kind of a gimmick, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, they had. I remember they did an aqueduct system. I think it was about 50 miles or something. But the elevation, they only had a couple of inches to play with, you know, and they managed to grade it down to get a flowing water system from a couple of inches over miles. Those people were brilliant. But that's how the Romans managed to keep their army in line when they were not fighting wars, to keep them busy. They had them on construction projects. They were master builders as well as being soldiers. Well, that's all they did really. But you can't have a military sitting around, looking for something to do. That could go wrong pretty quickly. So you'd keep your military busy, especially something like that. You could. There's the Archimedes screw thing, but that would be very hard to craft yourself. Very expensive to buy. They still use it. I remember the backup system that Buckingham Palace had was done on that, you know. But the windmills themselves, for power, they could be built. You could build a rudimentary one of those. All it is really is electrical current, passing over a copper coil. So you just have your magnets on the fan part, and the wind would do the rest. No, this is my first time, Crazy Fish, and how have you been? We're just messing about on this and trying to unlock some pieces. But here we're just doing some gathering and stuff. So, what have you been up to? Oh, my first playthrough. So, what have you been playing these days, Crazy Fish? Yeah, I was just telling the guys we were talking about, if you made a cabin and you were kind of wanted to be self-sufficient. But as far as I remember, you're from the UK. I don't know if they're still doing it, but didn't Buckingham Palace have a backup system on that kind of river stream they have there? Or was it Windsor? It was one or the other. Could have been Windsor, but I think it was Buckingham. It was based on that technology from Archimedes, that kind of water vortex thing. But it was called Archimedes screw, wasn't it? Yeah, I remember reading about it, and then I remember when they were doing some upgrading on that. I think it was on some of the local tabloids. Now, where are we going? We don't want to go too far away, or we get killed. We just collect the stuff. Yeah, okay, let's push out, guys. Back here where I did most of my there. Yeah, it looks like we'll need a new foraging spot eventually. Now, okay, let's do this for real. There should be a ton of the junk I need here because I just took the trees. Here we go. But I left the stems so that it would regrow. This music is not too bad. Some of it is not really suitable. But yeah, it's an awful grind to get all the technology done. But I need to have a look at those palisade walls. Can't really commit to anything until I see what they're like. But most of this I'll have done anyway. But next time I come on, I'll have a couple of days to grind on this and do this. I know it's not the best to watch. No, no. I kind of like these kind of grindy games, you know. Should have seen the grinding I did on No Man's Sky. Yeah. But yeah, I suppose not a game for everyone. You could kind of fly through it, you know, maybe just to, you know, the bare minimum on some of it. But you know me, I like to really explore a game. Let's just say I get my money's worth from it. But I still find it, you know, pretty calming. That music is not too bad. Maybe a bit lively. You know, for the game, I suppose. I don't want to take the trees at the other side. We don't need them yet anyway. So here we're doing baskets. We need like tons of sticks. I mean tons of sticks. And we will absolutely scavenge everything for kilometers around. Oh, I seen a bit of that. Yeah, that looks interesting. So I hammered every 3 minutes. Oh my. So you're having problems on that game? Yeah. I've seen Green Arrow kind of survival jungle thing. And your new Xbox bit to dust. Was it not able to handle it? Or did it just explode? Oh. Yeah. New run on this and I've started multi-board. But I hadn't any friends. Oh, the kind of online thing, yeah. I had a big run in Dynasty 60 years plus as a kid. Nice. The year thing, yeah. I've maxed the seasons in this to you know, the full month, 30 days. So I didn't use the 3 days. I wanted some time to kind of, you know, get it into gear. Yeah, that's one of the achievements, to play as your heir. I'll eventually do that to get the achievements out. Jungle. I've seen a bit of it, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, that's good. About a winter survival, so they've made it pretty interesting. First season, you're on. Nice. Yeah, I just played the Valley for a little bit, to be honest, just to get you know, just to get a feel for the game, you know, to understand the menus and that. Then I moved here, but eventually might go back and do the Valley one. You know, we weren't too far into that, just 2 streams, so I wanted to get it here and get this one out of the way. Oh, that's so brutal. But I've heard so many stories about Xbox. Yeah, I'm lucky enough with the consoles, even though, you know, the ones that play the discs, the new Xbox X series, they're pretty rubbish with the discs, because the disc section, I only played 2 games on it for about 50 hours and it's not working anymore. So, you know, the digital part is working. but they're rubbish, to be honest. And I think everyone I've spoken to, either they're having the same problems as you, or else the disk drives broke down in just a matter of weeks or months. Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty much rubbish. But to be honest, a lot of the stuff they're outsourcing it, getting it done. This thing they're always whinging about, we're selling you the Xbox at a discount. We're, what's the word they used? We're subsidizing it to you. We're selling it to you for 500 and like it's costing us 700 to make. So that's why we're overcharging you with everything. That old lie that they used. Well, you see the stuff that's going on now. They're being called out. The people that were making the cheap parts and, making the stuff for them and then shipping it over and they were sticking their tag on it. Yeah, they're calling them out now. How true that is, I don't know, but it makes sense. Well, maybe not so much on the tech, but some of it, but definitely on the non-tech stuff like shoes and bags and stuff, But to get someone else to do your product cheaper and ship it to you, for $10 and then selling it for 500. Yeah, that's a corporation's dream, isn't it? But I've said it again and again. When someone is charging, €100 or pounds or bucks for something, it's probably been manufactured for just a few. But the kind of markup and the kind of profit that they get is unbelievable. And then they'll wait for some kind of international thing to happen, Even if there was people living on Mars, if somebody stubbed their toe, they would use it as a reason to hike prices, it was the pandemic, then it was the supply shortage, now it's something else, and, But there's one thing I've learned, when prices get hiked, no matter what the excuse was, even when they're stirred up, they really never go down. Competition is the only way to get people in line. And even that's kind of dodgy, They only played it up so in a moment. Yeah. Oh, nasty. So you must have had it over 12 months because you opened it up, avoiding the warranty. Yeah. Yeah, it must have been. But to be honest, the stuff I see, it's designed, even if you're just playing it an odd time, to barely last for a warranty, It's supposed to upgrading your constant issues. Every day finally got me. Yeah, it will. To be honest, I think consoles are pretty outdated and they're way too toxic now. Between overpricing and paywalls on everything, it's and the shoddy stuff that they're making. Controllers are a joke. I've gone through 4 controllers in 12 months. The so-called Xbox Elite 2, and they're retailing for about 180. 2 were bought. They went in pieces within a month, and they were returned. And now I'm not even going to bother returning these. I'll never buy an Xbox controller again, ever. And I don't care who I have to buy it from. Yes. Oh yes, I have them all written down. Yeah. The next time I'm needing a controller, I'm going to those guys. Yeah. Turbo job. Oh, nasty. But there's some new rules coming up here. I was looking at Belarus TV. I watch it sometimes. But they're putting out laws here about microtransactions. So, when you buy in-game money, and they're saying you can't get a refund and all of that stuff, and you don't have rights because it's not actually money. Well, that was their way around that little con they had. So that's getting stopped. So now, if you buy something digital, like a digital game, you are absolutely entitled to a refund if you want to do business here, that is. And you know that stuff where, you know, if you're selling something, you know, let's say it's 500 gold, and 500 gold to buy is like $5. So now, you know, they're not actually selling it that way. You've got to buy little packs where you buy 600 gold or, you know, 1,000 gold or whatever, and you'll still have some left over. So worst case scenario, they've got more money that you'll never use, or you'll need to add more money to that to buy more things to keep going there. That's getting stopped as well. So now they'll have to sell you the exact amount. And I'm not sure, maybe, you know, put a pricing symbol on. The way to go with that would be to just say, look, we want $5 for this, you know. But, you know, that would be too transparent. The only one you have now is 8-bit do. Works on Xbox. Yeah. But mostly got it on PC. Lovely piece of work. Yeah, I'm definitely going to look into that one. As new from a catalogue. It had issues first time I turned it on. Yeah. All of them had. Especially the controllers. The controllers are still useless junk. It passed out. Power. Yeah. It was New Year later warranty. Up. It broke. Yeah. It's just as I said. And you're even lucky, you know, that it lasted till the warranty. Here, I think if you want to push it, you get the manufacturer's 12 months warranty, but you get the second year's warranty here in the European Union. But I don't think anyone goes into that. There's a lot of paperwork on that. Here, it's going to have a guaranteed 2-year warranty, but the follow-up of that is messy. Hopefully, they'll clear that up eventually. But as that guy was saying, there is a kind of problem. And what I was thinking myself, if you can get a refund from a digital download, it will stop a lot of stuff as well. You know, if you buy a loot box and you're looking for a specific item, you know, and then you try that loot box and it doesn't have that item, well, all you got to do then is just ask for a refund. So that will change loot boxes as well. I think loot boxes should not be in a game, guys. It's gambling. Plain and simple. So now if in-game money is... Yeah, that opens up another discussion. If in-game money now, by law, is... which it is, really. You know, it's just I've cleared it up. And if you got to spend that on something that only has a small chance of getting what you want, that is gambling. Yeah. So that's going to open some flood doors on that, isn't it? Steam, yeah. Yeah. Put it in perspective. Imagine if Xbox games could sell you DLC, but without telling you what it was. Oh my god. Yeah, I seen that one. Yeah. Yeah. Now, if they make promises, they've got to... yeah. They've got to be more transparent. I've seen that. I've seen that on Belarus News, I think it's called. Yeah, he does a lot on that as well. I think I've seen that one. But usually, even big platforms like Steam and that, the only way they ever do this is when they get some pushback. But here now you're starting to see the start of regulations in gaming. I'm sorry to see it here. If you asked me 10 years ago, 20 years ago, I would have saying, regulation doesn't need to be here, because it complicates the matter. But when you get games that's, outright toxic and, definitely, con jobs, it is time for regulation, I'm afraid. Robin Hood, Sherwood Builders, it broke a lot today. I tried it in November at last. Tasty, yeah, grinds. Oh my. 66 hours you were playing on that. Games companies have been saying, oh, we're very disappointed in these new rules that's coming out. You know, it's going to affect consumers. Yeah, of course it's going to affect consumers. We won't be forced to accept, you know, predatory deals. They won't get rid of the microtransactions, obviously. But I think they're working on that, especially the gambling ones. And I said, you know, it might stop, you know, players elsewhere from playing. You know, I think kind of insinuating that they wouldn't ship their games there. Well, I don't know. I think here we're like what, responsible for, I think 1/3 or 40% of the games being sold. Yeah, Bellular, that's the guy. Bellular. Yeah, I couldn't remember their names. It seems like he has a northern accent. Yeah, that's the guy. So, you know, if they're not going to ship games here because they can't get away with, you know, what they're doing, they're going to lose a lot of money. Yeah, yeah. You will see a massive rise in indie companies, and I think that's good, just like it was in the beginning. Yeah, but that's the problem. But as an indie developer, to just release on console would be madness. You know, you'd have to go for PC. PC is the place to launch, and then, you know, hopefully to console after that. But to cut PC out would be madness, you know. Yeah. But those rules will apply to all games here, you know, the ones on PC and consoles. There's a lot of people say they didn't go far enough. But it was bound to happen sometimes, guys, you know, sometime. Oh, some of them, yeah. I'm not sure, you know. But let's say every media company would have an interest, you know, in everything, and, you know, most definitely a narrative, depending on who that company is owned by, you know, is owned by. Yeah, I've done Starfield, unfortunately, I have. And I've done Valheim, but I didn't do Grounded. That's Obsidian. I'm not too fond of their work, to be honest. Yeah. It's games news, yeah. I watch it from time. Well, it kind of comes into my stream. I might have watched it once, and you know what YouTube is like. If you watch something once, it will keep pushing it in. But he does have some interesting stuff on there, and unlike maybe other YouTube channels, it's stuff that's actually happening. It's not guessing. You know, they're pretty careful about what they say. But it's usually about how regulations are going, and, you know, companies, let's say, that are doing some questionable stuff. But yeah, Bellular, I think it's called, news. But I remember watching that guy about 3-4 years ago as well. But it comes into my feed, you know, every now and again. Yeah. Oh, the food here has become rotten over the past 2 years, 3 years. Let's get to the stage here. We might starve because the food is inedible. I don't know what they're doing, to be honest. Are they shipping it in from elsewhere cheaper and it's just horrible? To be honest, I was in... Oh, hi Randy. How have you been? The Northern Lights, nice. Buffalo hunting. Yeah, nice. There's a local store here. It's a UK company, I think. There's tons of them here in the UK, and it's called Tesco. But I was buying something, I think it was some drumsticks or whatever. But I noticed as I was taking it out of the fridge, the temperature in there was crazy low, you know? So on closer inspection, I looked at the drumsticks, and they were very moist looking. They were starting to go off. The temperature was far too low. So what I think they're doing is they're trying to save on energy or something, and the system they're using, it's too wrong. I think that's a lot of the problems. You know, I think the way they've been storing it, it's nasty. Yeah, it was no better than the first setting on a fan. Yeah, because I remember before even going into that store, and that was just a year ago. You know, when you open up those doors, you get hit with a blast of cold. But now it's just a light summer breeze. Yeah, it was very shiny looking, you know. And even if you get it in time, I tell you what it tends to do. When you cook that food, Randy, and you try to stomach it, it has a smell reminiscent of roadkill, you know, even if it is edible. Yeah, and that's all over the stores. Yeah, it's a horrid situation. But I can't understand why I'm the only person here complaining about it. Nobody has said a word. Yeah, not that I've heard of anyway. Yeah. No, it should be. It's just something that's after happening lately. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the stores, yeah, that's what we're getting here now. I think what they might be doing is they might be trying to save on energy, or maybe they're getting these systems in and they're not really up to scratch. They were, yeah. Well, the Assassin's Creed kind of formula over the years has gotten a bit stale. You know, the kind of checklist thing. But you know to expect that, and it's kind of part of the charm, I suppose. But yeah, those guys are in trouble now. Done a combination of silly things to really mess up their company. But the microtransactions on Assassin's Creed, oh my, the so-called time savers. Oh, that's just so bad. Really bad. I suppose all their chickens will come home to roost eventually if you keep, you know, taking advantage of a situation. It will eventually come back to bite you. And I think we might be seeing the beginnings of it now. A big shake-up in what they're doing in games, or else they won't be trading in a half of the world's market, which they'll have to stop giving themselves bonuses then. And you know, they couldn't have that one. Yeah, my fridge is kind of okay, and the freezer is. You know, I put stuff in and it freezes solid pretty quickly. So that's what I thought might have been the problem in the beginning. You know, but the fact that it was probably held for a long time. You see, you might be lucky in the store, guys. You know, you might get it just when it's out, just a couple of hours, or you know, it could be there maybe a couple of days in the wrong temperature. You know, because I think they can leave it out by the sell-by date for about a week. But if you left this stuff out by about a week, I'm not joking, you know, you would have maggots on it. You know. Yeah, they're quite good. Yeah, although they were very, very mainstream, Randy. Yeah, I've been finding that as well. But the next fridge I'm getting, I'm going to do a lot of research on. But don't ever get a hot point, guys. It's rubbish. You know, absolutely rubbish. Mm. Yeah, I thought it was just me, Randy. I remember opening those doors and you get a blast of cold air, you know. Mm. 3 times a year. But when you're buying stuff like chicken and pork, Randy, not storing it properly, for days, that's that's pretty bad. You seen I that pork I showed you on Discord. You know, imagine if that was cooked, you'd probably not even see that properly. You might even swallow some of that stuff. You know, pork can actually kill you. And so can chicken. If you're not the healthiest in the world. Let me get this stupid thing that fell down here. Yeah, I got it. Mm. Mm. I don't mind. I usually get a lot of, kind of beef and stuff and freeze it in a good system, and be careful throwing it out. It's not bad. Beef, is pretty good. But, yeah, the other stuff. Mm. Yeah, they always move a little bit anyway. Yeah, I think the last time there was a flip was recently enough in the planet's history, but I think it flipped like 25,000 years ago or something, didn't it? And it's been kind of slowly moves, but it does flip. Yeah. Uh, the Earth is off its spin. Well, yeah, it is. It does wobble to a certain degree. Um, the star systems, let's say, it's, how does it work again? Let me see. There is a slight wobble on the top. Basically, we're hit by a protoplanet. That's where we got all of the molten iron that gives us the protection we have. Perfect. Gives us our moon. That the rubble that was left over formed the moon, which was perfect because it held us in a kind of gravitational kind of pull. That kept us in relatively the same position. Although I think the moon has been kind of drifting off about a half inch every year. Well, that's not too much. But it does mean eventually the planet will all just, float off into space. But that won't bother us. That's a long time away. But we get that spin from that, let's say, and the wobble. I think it's like certain star systems every 4,000 years, isn't it? Yeah. And more rays. The amount of energy it would take to... I remember looking into this a long time ago when I was a kid, Crazy Fish. The amount of energy it would take to meaningfully affect any kind of rotation or any kind of wobble or anything like that. I think it was something like a billion, a billion, billion or something. Unbelievable amount of, mega nuclear bombs. The amount of energy needed. How the heat would affect? Well, we could look to, planets, let's say, like, like Venus and Saturn, the temperatures there are unimaginable. We've been tracking them for quite some time. 15, is it? Yeah, I knew it was a ton of years. Yeah, the star systems, which is it's that wobble on the top. But and it is kind of leaning kind of off center. That's why we've got the North and South Pole and the that on the top. Yeah, there is that's gravitational pull. Yeah, gravitational pull. Yeah, but I remember watching a program. It was unbelievable. But it was this guy. He was in government, and he was calling in to some scientists. This was live on TV, and I think it was during the California fires, which is a horrible thing that happened. But he was calling in and he was saying, well, he said, I couldn't believe someone in authority would say this. But he said, what was it? Well, yeah, he said, could we contact NASA, he said, and maybe get them to move the planet a little bit? And the lady just looked at him in astonishment and she said, yeah, kind of thing. But, obviously, too much Armageddon, but imagine moving a planet to stop fires. Yeah, that guy was not of a scientific mind. I didn't believe it until I seen the interview, actually. Imagine the amount of trust in sheer power. But anyway, let's just say, in some alternate reality, that you could actually slightly shift the planet's orbit, well, then you're in deep, deep trouble, aren't you? Because you'll drift out. Unless you have an anchor. How would you manage that? The Death Star from Star Wars. Yeah, well, did you ever hear the saying, crazy fish, the Nostradamus effect? And the Native Americans had a saying that, pretty similar to the Nostradamus thing. Well, the Native Americans had a saying that if you wait long enough by a stream, you'll eventually see the bodies of your enemies floating down. And the same has been said of Nostradamus. Like, I could say to you, pigs will fly, or something, and, or, stuff like that. And if it eventually came to pass, it's possible if you wait long enough, or aliens are living among us, that kind of thing. Oh yeah, there's some people that could guess at physics and whatever, But what I'm saying is, when people predict things, it's just a guess. And, if they don't guess right, well, it comes back in a couple of centuries and they get credit for it. Well, it's nice thinking all the same, But what I'm saying is that no matter what you say, no matter how outlandish it might seem now, there is a decent possibility, if we waited long enough, centuries, years, maybe millennia, this shall come to pass, And I think they call it the Nostradamus effect. And as I said, there's a version of it, let's say, in certain tribes, that little saying as well. That it would just kind of put a kind of a comical view on maybe current events and stuff like that. But yeah, if you throw out tons and tons of stuff. But I'm sure if you talk to the guys who wrote the story, they wouldn't claim to be any kind of prophets or seers. They just thought it was funny and they thought there was a vague chance of it happening, and it just came to pass, But Nostradamus was, I must admit, Nostradamus had some predictions, even, were pretty spot on. But he was very, very vague. He made them in what he called quatrains, so it was more like a riddle. The problem with Nostradamus' predictions is you could almost apply to anything, Now, some would say that he did that so, he wouldn't be burned for witchcraft. But, yeah, he's been uncannily close. But if we got together, Crazy Fish, and we looked at world events now, and how very vague, yeah, very, very, very vague. And if we came up with a scenario for for the next 500 years. And, you know, we looked at past history and we looked at the current situation, and then we made up something that would seem impossible. I would guarantee you that most of that stuff would come true. It's just a matter of time. You know? It's just a matter of time. It's just Nostradamus really had his fame because he was a pretty decent physician. You know, during the plague and that, he did understand the concept of hygiene. You know, even back then, you know, he was a brilliant physician for his time. You would be an absolute quack now, you know, because, you know, washing your hands and being clean when you're doing an operation, you know, it's kind of pretty normal now. But back then, you know, not so much. But even the Greeks, you know, kind of theorized on, you know, the existence of, you know, things they couldn't see that was causing illness, like, you know, bacteria and stuff. Yeah, yeah. But even in those times, Crazy Fish, the times of Nostradamus, the French were pretty advanced. I do know that they were using dogs to track certain diseases, which now they're only starting to do. Dogs have a fantastic sense of smell. They can be trained to smell out almost anything, you know, even injuries or illnesses. Yeah. And it would have been Pasteur, wasn't it, in France that, you know, figured out the microorganisms in food, and I think in France that time there was a massive mortality rate with kids. It was horrendous. I forget when it was, probably the 17th century. And he tracked it down, I think, to some water fountain or something, and some milk. The cows, I think, were Louis. Yeah, Louis Pasteur. A pasture, isn't it? Yeah. And he figured it out. It was some kind of something in it. So he came up with the boiling. He would boil the water, then let it go cold, and that would kill off everything. So that's where we get the word, I think, pasteurization, isn't it? To boil something to kill off any bacteria that might be there. I know by extreme boiling that you kill 99% of everything in that, and the other 1% would be not harmful. Well, 0.01%, you know. But yeah, these are all people that use some practical stuff and got it right. Much like Fleming with his penicillin. From what I know of that story, he actually discovered that by accident. He had some bacteria in a petri dish, and he had samples out testing, you know, what would kill this bacteria, and none of them seemed to be working. But it was a warm day and he left the window open. Well, this is the story I remember. How true it is, I don't know. But he went to lunch, and when he came back, he noticed that some of the bacteria was dead. And he noticed on the dish that it happened on, a little bit of mold that was outside on the wall blew in the window and landed in the dish, and it killed off the bacteria. That's the story I remember. And from there we had penicillin. I've had people say to me that, you know, penicillin was something derived from snake poison. I think maybe they got confused because of the icon they had, you know, the snakes on the staff. Well, that isn't because it's snake venom. It's the Roman god of medicine. You know how they like to put Greek and Roman things on everything. The Roman god of medicine carried a staff with snakes. Yeah, I'm nearly sure that's what it depicts. And then you had the Curies. You know, they were French as well. They pioneered, you know, plutonium. And they messed up there real bad. It greatly lessened her lifespan and it killed her husband. But it did pave the way. But when they didn't know much about that, I think it would have been the... When would it have been? The turn of the century, I think, or the 20s. But it was some people that were using the kind of X-ray type machines to do hair removal. And unfortunately, yeah, that didn't work out too good. They were also using a kind of luminescent kind of paint. They would paint watches and stuff like that, you know, so kind of glow in the dark. They were using a compound that was highly radioactive. And the problem was, the workers in the factory, most of them died because of it. This would have been the turn of the century again. And, well, basically the way the system went is they'd do it with brushes, but the brushes would get too dry. Now, it was bad enough getting this junk on your hands, which you were guaranteed to get sick. But when the brushes got too high, they would wet them with their saliva. You know what I mean? Yeah, coming into a lot of contact with that. But yeah, they died horribly. And I think it was a watch company. Right, we need some water. Yeah, the breakthroughs they made were pretty fascinating and yeah, sometimes costly.
I need some water.
There we go. Now let's fix our traps and then we'll work from here. Yes, we got some meat. Oh, okay, we'll collect that. We'll have to build them again. Oh, a new level on hunting as well. Alright. Well, you get about 3 uses from every trap. And it doesn't matter where you put them. You don't have to put them on a runway. Anywhere will do. Which is cool. Oh yeah. We need some food, don't we? We do. So we'll get rid of this junk, guys, and we've got another hour and a half. We'll see if we can do something. But I'm adamant about unlocking that palisade so I can see what I'm doing with the fencing. You know, it's be silly to move forward with the building if we have to move them again. We lose most of the materials as well. Tracker. Whatever. Predator. What do we need in this? Careful hunter. Chance to extract resources. Slower weapons. Trap limit. No, the trap limit is a waste of time. Strong arm. 10% slower. I don't know what we're going to take in that. Hunting knowledge is a waste of time. Steady hand. Steadier aiming with range weapons is not bad. Prowler. 25% less noise when sneaking. Which is not bad. Tracker is a waste of time. Predator. 10% faster moving while sneaking. Careful hunter. Okay, we'll go with that one for the time being. Yeah. Oh, we're not in the right tier. Okay, we'll wait for a while. Yeah, we'll wait for a while on that. We'll probably have to take one of the stupid quests. Okay, where is this one? Inventory. Ah, that's not bad. There, let's sleep till morning, guys. And we'll see if we can craft some of this junk. This is stuff I was going to have to do anyway. and I'm kind of stuck now. For me to progress with the settlement, I have to see how the walls work. Because if I start building this and then I've got to move a few houses and then the whole plan I have for the settlement is all, it's all messed up. And that would cost a ton of resources and time. So if I could work out the palisade walls and see how they work. It does, yeah. But I'll tell you why I don't take it, Crazy Fish. You'll only get 15 points. You get 10 levels up and 15 points from that. And there's up to 28 in some of these, so you're only getting some. It's pretty much like New Vegas. So let's say I take the 3 of them to level up quicker. So then I'm down 3 points. That I could do without. Stuff like more resources from hunting. Stuff like, let's say, less of a deterioration from my weapons and tools. That would be more beneficial over long term, That's something I could carry through the game. But once I hit level 10, that experience thing, and it's not worth it for 15%, because you're basically wasting 3 points on that. If you're in it for the long game, that is. Yeah. Yeah, you've got you got to take perk 1 to open up for 2, so you're going to sacrifice 1 anyway. Yeah, absolutely. And then you'll have to take 1 on 2 to get to 3 and so on. Yeah, but again, this is experience, and this caps out pretty quick on level 10, if you see what I mean. So imagine I get to level 10 quite quickly, and then even if I only played another 10% of my game, I've almost done that again, which I could have used those points on something useful. So my problem would, but if it was in a way that you could get all of the perks, yeah, that would absolutely be the way I would go. I would make them my priority, which I did on the valley, until I realized that I could only take 15. Yeah. But remember, you can only level up 10 times, you can only get 15 points. So, let's say my thing on that would be, here's the skills. That's 3, 6, 9, 10, 13, 16, 19, 22. This is 28. So you're only going to be able to take 15 points out of this, out of 28, right? So if I take 3 on that, now I'm gone down to 12. But I could easily get to the cap without using this, and still have those 3 points and put them into stuff like, 5% slower durability loss on axes. This is something I'll be using through the entire game. But this would obviously get me here quicker. You know what I mean? I would still, unless I could respec, I suppose. Yeah, but still, I prefer to do it this way. Yeah, maybe respec the points. Yeah. But 15% is not a lot, to be honest. And I'm going to be doing so much in this anyway. Getting money and stuff. Yeah, it doesn't really make that much of a difference to me. Yeah, I suppose there's a respec. Someone is saying there's some kind of respec in this when I get the herbalist hut. Yeah. Not much difference. Weapon is half stats as well. It is good. Yeah, early game to level up. And then I suppose you could take the restat thing. Yeah. But the way I've been doing it, it doesn't really matter because I'm here for the long haul, But it's a pity, isn't it, that we're not allowed to level up enough to finish all those stats. This is something I've never liked in games like New Vegas. It's a pity. But even after the restart, the respec and that, it's still... Well, I'll be doing so much grinding on this, it won't really make a difference, you know? Unfortunately, I have to do some of it now while I'm streaming. But after the stream, I have 2 days off until my Friday and Saturday stream. And I'll work 100% to get the tech out for the stone walls and the palisade fencing. And then we won't have to mess about so much with this. But we need to get Workshop 2 unlocked. I really need to see those that fencing. And we've got the money as well for it. I want to see how it works. You know, if it's kind of fidgety. Maybe the walls not so much. But it was pretty much the same with New Vegas, you know, even with the 2 DLCs where you could get up to 50, you could never get all of the perks. So I would always ignore the ones for extra experience. Because basically, once you level up, and you've got everything leveled up, the experience is no good to you, then it's not usable. Because it makes no difference. Whereas you put it into the other ones, you know, even if it's only a 15%, you know, less of a loss on your tools getting a bit, you know, messed up. It's still something you can use for the entire game. But in the long haul, if you're playing a game for a long haul, it will be more of a time saver. Seeing as I'm doing this anyway to get the money as well. Or you could do that, I suppose, and do the respec. I haven't even looked into that yet. It's only... I think on this stream somebody told me you could respec with a herbal assault. Where did a smoother run? They got a patch. Nice. But it's a pity they went that kind of New Vegas route with, you know, we're only giving you half the points you need to get your, you know, to get your packs out. Because now you've got to pick and choose. But every point I would get would fill that up if I could get all the perks. You have to get it quickly. It absolutely depends on your playstyle. If you're in it for the long haul and you're going to be doing a lot of building, and in long term it doesn't make a difference. But I think we're up to 300 or 500 for that to unlock that palisade fence. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing it. You know, can we kind of part position it into a rock, or, you know, into that kind of rock system behind me, or do they snap, or, you know, can you push them, let's say, to keep level on uneven ground? That's something I don't know. I would imagine so. While I'm at it, I'm saying this one out of it as well. Yeah. Oh, the only stuff I put into this that's different is I have longer seasons. I maxed the days in a season because I wanted some time at this. And what I did as well is I upped the build limit. You know how you can only build... Well, I don't know what way it went on this map. But on the other map you could only build 5. So I maxed it up by 100% to 200%. So... Oh, it's maxed out, yeah. So but that would just allow me, I suppose, to build more buildings. Maybe of the same type. And longer seasons. That's the only changes I made. The rest is all as it was. Oh yeah, as I said, I don't really mind. I find it kind of strangely relaxing, you know. There we go, guys. Now let's see where we are on our tech tree. Oh, there's one in this as well. Where was the one I was working on? Yeah, that tolerance thing is pretty decent. The likes of those are absolutely worth getting, you know. That will help during the winter and the summer. The only compromise I was willing to make was, you know, longer seasons, which, you know, and, you know, upping the build limit, you know. On my first playthrough, I would, and I'd even rarely do that, what I did, you know, but 3 dead seasons was a bit much, you know. I wouldn't be able to get through it that quickly. But yeah, it's something I could turn on at any time. But I could totally, you know, max it out. But most of this I'll be doing offline, and I just kind of use that thing to, you know, kind of relax, you know. I like to play the game the way it was meant as much as I could. Although I did compromise on season days. I think 3 days was ridiculous. And I did up the limit, whatever that meant. Yeah, building limit. So to max as well. Well, I know it would be a massive time saver, but I don't know, I'd feel like I'd just be taking too many shortcuts. Oh, I know it won't, yeah. Yeah, doing stuff, yeah. But, you know, I'm just enjoying the scenery and, you know, and stuff. It's just the way I like to play. You know, to not change a game from its original settings as much as I could. And personally, I really don't mind that. You know, I usually do this stuff, well, not the quests and stuff, but just stay around here doing this stuff when I'm not streaming. You know, whenever I have a half an hour, and I find it, you know, kind of relaxing. It's something like, you know, people who go fishing, but elect to, you know, throw the fish back in. They're just there for the, you know, for the kind of piece of it, you know. So I would say something like that. I find it strangely relaxing. Yeah, we're good. But I'm familiar with the menu and, you know, the stuff that can be affected, and yeah, you could change the game, you know, every which way, and it wouldn't affect any of your achievements or anything like that. But the whole reason for those things is to kind of vary it as much as the player wants, you know, what they would feel happy with. But I did want longer seasons, you know. I didn't want to be rushing this game too much. But on the other map, when I decide to do that in earnest, I will probably be doing that. But I just want to get one playthrough in with the game settings as close to where they should be. Well, when I say should be, it's preset as possible. We'll be running out of sticks shortly, guys. We'll have to make... Yeah, and did we save? The last save was 720. We did. We have a save there. Okay, let's go stick collecting. Oh, we've got some... But for a forager builder, that hunter's trance with the one from production where it doesn't use any stamina, this is invaluable. Big into the mushrooms. Yeah, we're big into mushrooms. Well, it's self-survival as well. I need a stockpile of food. You'll get a little bit of poison, but you could take some of them and it wears off after a while. But if you get desperate, it's actually not bad. It's actually not bad at all. I'll pick the odd stone by accident, and not much I can do there. Yeah, stone is not... Well, I suppose I get to the stage if we can unlock the stone walls and stuff, we'll probably be using tons of it. But right now, I haven't been using a lot, just foundations. Much like Valheim, you know, stone was useless until, wow, we discovered stone walls. Then, yeah, it was a big scramble to get a ton of it. Nice. But I should have those technologies unlocked by the next time I stream, so we won't have to endure this. We can get out and start properly building and doing the quests. I'm kind of stuck now until I see what those walls are like. No problem. No problem. Enjoy your coffee, crazy fish. Ah, yeah, the mushrooms. Or even doing this. Yeah, this affects survival one. And will give us another rank in that eventually. There's a couple of songs that kind of fit in quite good, but I can't say I approve of some of the instruments in them. I know if you're going for this medieval thing. But I think the best soundtrack, I know it's subjective really, that I've heard in any game would have been, you know, Skyrim, a theme song. Oh, this is all instrumental, but even the instrumental stuff, Morrowind and Oblivion as well had some good stuff. I tell you, once I've got this stuff up, I will feel like I've earned it. It's not as bad as you think. I will do this over the next 2 days. You know, an hour here, an hour there. Oh, sugar. Oh, you're good. Ah, hard luck, bunny. Knife required. Okay, I can make one now. I've been collecting lots of sticks. I'm sorry about that, bunny, but we need the food. Okay. It's a pity about the bunny. I have, yeah. Where I was doing the crafting. Yeah, I'm putting it up there. But it's just a few buildings, and I haven't seen the town guy, you know, to get a village name. I don't think. I suppose that would come into effect. I suppose once I get some. I haven't even got any settlers in yet, because I want to figure out what I want to do here, you know, before I commit to that. But I've picked out a spot, yeah. That one right at the waterfall, and there's a mine as well. But I'm kind of working on it. There's just some tech I want to unlock before I kind of draw up the plans for what I want to do. Need to know what I'm working with. Ah, I see. Yeah, I think it's the town crier guy, isn't it? Because I seen with the Wagoneer guy that the option came up to go to my village, and it didn't have a money sign. I thought it might have been free, but when I clicked into it, it said he couldn't go there, but I had to speak to someone. It didn't come up as a quest. I think it was the like the town crier guy. Well, that would have been back in the main town, but I haven't seen the symbol from. So I'm assuming I can't technically. Wow, there's the. Better get out of here. There's the wolves. Have a village until I've got some villages in. Oh my good God, where are we? Where's my settlement? We've strayed out too much, guys. There it is. Yeah, I've strayed way out to the wolves. Those guys will really hurt me bad. Yeah, we're okay when we stay around here. Yeah, I think I've done obviously the main quest here, and we did help that rock paper scissors lady. But I seen something on the message board. I'm gonna grab that later. So maybe, yeah, I think we'll need probably a settler in, at least one. But I didn't want the complications of food and all of that stuff yet, until I figure out what I'm doing with this settlement, you know. I've been kind of holding back on that a tiny bit. I think it's important before I start bringing people in that I figure out what I'm going to do with this, and I can't do that until I see how the layout of the fences are, what I can do or not do with them. But usually I wouldn't even consider building until I unlocked everything, but it's not possible on this. But the bare minimum, I need the boundary fences, and then I can add and work within that. But that would be a minimum. From that, I'll know what I can get away with. You know, how they blend in, you know, if I can move them close to something or not, that kind of thing. And how they look, obviously. Yeah, it's down here. Oh, we're far from full, guys, but we are far from full. Okay, we'll need a new stick hunting spot. We'll go over the bridge. We've got to run too far on this. We'll just collect a few here and then we'll find a new spot. Yeah, there's still some around, but you know, we need something that's more plentiful, maybe. Yeah, we'll grab these before we go down. I did. I was about an hour late. I just passed out and couldn't wake up. But in my defense, I haven't been having much sleep lately. Yeah, and even when I came on, I felt wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. Oh, the stream time. Yeah, I'm not even on 5 hours yet. Yeah, so I'll be probably running an hour later this time to try and make up for it. Yeah. Nice, nice. Each month, yeah? Yeah, although it was more of a kind of a pass out than a sleep, but I'll take what I can get. We're almost finished, guys. I just want to see that stupid palisade fence. And I will go to extremes to see it. So what do we like for room? We could get a little bit more. Make it worth our while, I suppose. Okay, what are we like now? Must be pretty close. No, not really. This guy will take 50 easy. We just grab this and then we get out of here, guys. We got enough. This is driving me nuts. Let's see how much more XP we need for that palisade fence. There, that's not bad. Okay, let's head for the hills. And that will do for a moment. No, I'm okay. I managed to have a bit of a rest. But, yeah, I've just been feeling pretty off lately. But I've kind of have a cushion when I come on a stream. If you see, let's say, you know, the kind of stuff that I have, the times, you know, it said 4 hours, but I always like to try and get in 6. So that way, I know at a minimum I could, you know, no matter how I'm feeling, I could probably do 4 hours. So then if I have to kind of back out before 6, you don't feel as bad. But I always try and get 6. Yes, but it's always been 4, and I've always done 6 or 8. Anything after 4 is, you know, depending on how I feel. But I think that's the kind of average stream time, I think, for Twitch. Oh, hi Soul. And how have you been? We're still going all medieval here. There's some tech I want to get out that I need to see these palisade walls before I commit to anything on this settlement, because it's going to be huge. The game will actually required for, was it 50 settlers? So yeah. Right, we need some meat. Oh, well, I'll do this during the night to save some daylight time. I'll craft off that junk. Let's get that meat. Driving, so working, yeah? But yeah, pretty good, yeah. I'm gonna have to do a lot of crafting. It's just some palisade walls I need to see before I can, you know, kind of commit to what I'm gonna do on this. Because if I put buildings in here and there and then I want to go behind them with the palisade walls, and if they're not fitting, I would have to scrap the houses. I'd only get half of my resources for the perk. But not only that, but once I set in one set of houses, you know what I mean, that will determine how I place the other ones. So, you know, if I had 20 up and I had to move maybe one or two, I might have to move them all, you know. Plus anyway, you'd never really start a settlement without at least having the basic stuff you need to figure out what you want to do. Usually I would want everything before I'd start, but in this game it would take forever. But at the bare minimum, if you're going to do palisade walls and do that kind of medieval town, you would at least need those in. And then you could kind of extend and build within them, you know what I mean? And not have to make any compromises. Okay, we could get the rest of them, I think. Yeah, get rid of them all. Yeah, lots of crafting. I could turn up this crafting speed, but I've already compromised enough in this game. There was only 3-day seasons, which was ridiculous, so I upped them to the max. 10 times that. And then there was a build limit, and I doubled that, you know, to the max. Don't know if I'll use it, but you know, it's nice to have it there. That was the only compromising I wanted to do in this game. If I can, for especially my first playthrough in a game, I would like to play it with its original settings. But unlike me, it looks like this guy doesn't require that much sleep. Now, that's the only thing I've unlocked so far, and it's not bad. If we're getting me the XP I need, this should get me there, or not. Let me see, 60. Well, that will get me what? 90. Yeah, that will get me 90 more. I don't think we're far away. And the best about it is, you know, if you have the money, you can buy the upgrades from here. You don't have to go to a store or anything. You just unlock it with cash. Or you can build a tavern here and everything. This is, yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can build. It'll be a long process, but kind of fun. You know, I like long games like this. Still not as grindy as Valheim, you know. Valheim was pretty grindy. Everything was focused on combat in that game. You know, even you know, getting your unlocks for things you could build, but still fun. But it was a game designed for a few players together and not really the kind of solo experience that this one gives. On that, I think they've definitely got it right. Not fond of their perk system where you're only allowed to get half of the perks. And, well, it's impossible. But it would have been nice if the NPCs, instead of all the text, you know, were actually speaking, but that would be pretty complicated for this game. You know, maybe in the future they might do something like that. So those two little things. Out from that, yeah, really good game. Oh, I'm so tired. All of this for a palisade wall. We might have a quick... Yeah, we might have a quick shot at that quest, guys, on the message board now. We've got what? We've got 50 minutes-ish. Surely we'll get it done in 50 minutes. Although these quests seem to be long. They'll send me all over the place. But let's see, let's get this stuff out anyway. We'll bring enough food and we'll see how we'll go. I think we've done enough crafting for a little bit. With a bit of luck, I'll have the stone wall and the palisade wall unlocked by the next time I'm back. Just let me stretch for a moment. Oh, there we go. But this is something I didn't really want to do, but I'm kind of snookered now because I can't progress with this settlement until I have a look at those walls. And the quests seem to be rare enough, we haven't been really finding them. Seeing as one of the achievements is to do 100 quests, yeah, I'm kind of wondering where they all are. Maybe where they'll be stuck behind something we need to do in the main story. But this thing that's there on the side, stay vigilant, keep an eye on the settlement situation in Oxbow. But I can't find that marker. So I'm thinking, I thought maybe it was something got to do with eventually, you know, the guy said to come back to him when I had a village set up, so it's probably stuck behind this. And I'm not ready to kind of, you know, commit to it yet until I get some mods and stuff up. Then I suppose all the other quests would, you know, kind of open up. But we've done a few, actually. Let's see how far we got on the skills, guys. On the tech. Oh, we're working on this one. No, it isn't. Where do we see the level up on this? There it is. Where's the tech we were working on? Yeah, this one. This is production, isn't it? No, that's production there. 398. Oh, we're close. 500. But that goes to show you too the amount of grind. Now, when we're going, we can take these baskets, but it's obviously to sell. So that will be some money. Oh my. Okay. Right, let's get ourselves ready, guys. We'll get rid of the junk we have. We'll get some sleep. We'll freshen up and sell the baskets and see if we can pick up a quest. Oh yeah, that's that one anyway. I got some food to get rid of here. I'll do all the pat roads after and the little things, you know, once I get them unlocked. It's easier said than done, isn't it? Oh. Okay. Okay, we'll take all the bags out. So stuff we don't need in here. Stuff that really shouldn't be here. And that's... Oh. Hang on, how did I get there? Kidding me. Oh yeah, that's fine. So how did I put that stone in there? Okay. Let's put the basket in there for a moment. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I must have put that in there by accident. There. Now. Yeah, it holds 50 kilos. It's not too bad, I suppose. Oh yeah, I've got a ton of stuff here. How did I get there? That's kind of weird, guys. I must have dumped it in there when I didn't have room for it. As much as I'd love to stick around to the end, I will hopefully catch you. No problem, Randy. My pleasure, and thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day. Take care, Randy. Bye. Hi, Corin. Okay, it's not here we're going, it's the other one. It's me being silly again. Pretty good, and you? How have you been, Corin? My pleasure, anytime. Have a good one, Randy. Yeah, I'm getting to grips for this one. Oh, I tell you what I was doing wrong. How silly of me. They only go on ones unless I press the trigger. That's the mistake I was making. Oh well. Now let's see. Roasted meat. There, that's not too bad. We'll probably need a few more. We'll get ready for our little journey. There, I think we're good now. We're still a little heavy on oh, that stuff. We're still a tiny bit heavy. Yeah? Not too bad. I'll have to grind a little bit on the technology. I need to see the palisade walls and probably the gateway, you know, before I can do what I need to do on this. I'll have to be getting that up, and the last thing I need, even, you know, having a look to see if I could make it work across the river. To kind of keep that view thing going. Yeah. But I need to do a lot of crafting to unlock it. Which we need the money anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But I was hoping to do this, you know, when I wasn't streaming, because it's not the best thing to stream. But I'm at a crossroads now where I can't really progress on this until I get it done, so... yeah, it's gotta be out of the way. Well, we've got rid of all our meat. Are you serious? Okay, let's check the traps, guys. See, we must have caught something by now. Oh yeah, come to me. Well, there's more than one way to get a rabbit, guys, isn't there? No, I didn't bring in any yet. Can't really commit to that until I've got some stuff up and, you know, for food and water and things. And can't commit to putting the stuff up until I figure out the perimeter of the settlement. You know, so I don't have to move anything after. And when I say move, you know, you might have to move one house and you'd have a lot, you know, kind of matching up and, you know, kind of done with that. And you're talking about maybe a whole redo. And that would be horrible. That's not too bad. Okay, I think we're almost here. We'll get some water and we'll sleep. We'll grab as many of those baskets as we can. Oh yeah, I've got some fur from that rabbit now we gotta dump. Now you understand why I put this so close to my house. But you can't put too much production stuff on this side, it would just look horrible. I don't know, I might even move it later. And put some houses here, but we'll see. Still only 1,000 on resources. What have we got? We're almost halfway there on that. There we go, guys. Let's sleep till morning. Grab those baskets, sell them, and see if we can pick up that quest. There we go. Yeah, this has potential, this spot. That's really nice. Yeah, let's see what the palisade was. Depends on if I can go over the river or make it look like it's, you know, there's a harbour. Might be able to do a kind of harbour looking thing on that. It might actually work, you know that. There's some pieces there for a harbour. Maybe the fishing hut. Yeah, it might work. But I definitely need to see where the walls are going before we do that. Yeah, I've got everything here, so... $7.56, yep. Now grab a ton of these baskets. Oh, we can carry all of them, can we? Yeah, it's close to our max weight, guys. Please tell me I'm not crawling. Well, I'm kind of crawling, guys, but it'll be worth it to get rid of this. Definitely, yeah. And what I'm beginning to understand, I had to move to these buildings because I should have been more in line with the road. It looked horrible. I was kind of squaring it off, but it doesn't mean much, you know, when you've got this existing road. So yeah, there's a few rules, alright. Problem with this, guys, I can't run flat out, but this will save us 2 runs. And we get rid of all that junk in one go and get some cash as well. So I have 80 baskets, they're worth about 120 silver, I think. The game seems to be kind of worked out. Let's say if you're getting 1.5 silver for something, you're getting also 1.5 points, you know, on the scale for the experience for something, for the unlocking thing. Seems to be that way. I just suppose it makes kind of sense, you know, you wouldn't have a ton of different systems. Be easier to do. Yeah, I could scrap it, but even with a pack I'd only get half my resources back, and it's very time intensive. And why there? It's the best place I've seen by far. There's a river nearby and it's very nice. There's also a waterfall. It's got a nice backdrop of those rocks. Right across from that, it's relatively decent building land. It's got some nice heavy trees. It's perfect. And just over the bridge, there's a mine that we could use as well for our workers. You know, you could assign them to that and, you know, watch them kind of going over in the morning across the bridge. It has the potential as well. I can't chase him. It has the potential to see if I could build some kind of harbour there as well. Not sure about that part. I have to unlock some of the other stuff to see. Yeah, it's perfect. It's practical and it's scenic. And it has relatively good building land. And it's got a kind of nice variation of trees. Yeah, it would work. I still need a lot of work to put it together, but it's by far the best spot I found. I didn't find it. Sage, it's one of his kind of favourite spots. Yeah, he showed me where it was. Yeah. Well, mostly for aesthetics, but it does have practical use as well, the mine. But it was always going to be beside a river, you know. Hopefully it doesn't flood. And the bridge that's there as well as the original bridge from the game. Having said that, how would we work around with the palisade walls? Not like we can put it in later. Yeah. So I definitely need to have a look at the palisade walls before I commit to putting any more buildings in there. I need to figure out what they look like, their size, and you know how well they build, their strengths and weaknesses. You know, if I can bury them, or you know, would I have to totally square it off, or could I integrate it into that cliff face behind me? All these things I won't know until I can actually build them, and that's the problem. I'm close to getting to the tech. So I want to get that, and probably the mining one where we can get the stone walls as well later. Have a look at them as well. But I don't think the palisade walls will be like these guys. I just get the feeling they're not going to be like this, because it just shows the walls and it doesn't show this kind of gatehouse. Yeah. That would be awesome, but I think it might be a bit big. I think they'll give us a kind of dumbed down version of that. Well, I'll see if I can work with it. There's a gateway thing as well we could use, and there's something like that. But again, it's pretty basic, isn't it? Well, compared to this. This might not be usable. No, I can't see them giving us anything like that. Now it's all the stuff, and I think the quest is on that. Is that a... Yeah, you see it there. I don't know if any of them are a quest. We're going to find out in a moment. Well, on console, there's two versions. There's the Xbox X, and then there's just the Xbox. Because the Xbox wouldn't be able to take as much, so it'd be probably dumbed down. But there's only two versions. And strange enough, the Xbox X version is a little bit more expensive than the other one. Oh. Yeah, it's 2.3.1.1. So 2311. Yeah. That would be the updates and all that stuff, yeah.
How do you do?
So we would get 156 for that. That's not bad. Okay, he's got what, 1900? Yeah. Buy it then, dude. What's he got? 641. He didn't even have that. Yeah.
Can I interest you in
Apparently,
some
apparently
wagon
these
day?
guys get more money after a while. So we're up to, how much have we got? We've got almost 1500. Well, we've got 1400 and something. Yeah, we don't have a ton of money, do we? Or is that 1410? No, it is. It is 1419. Yeah, the Palisade Walls is it's 1,000 alone. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a grind, guys. Yeah, we got 1,400 coin. 0.9 now and 0.6. I wonder how they managed that. What's wrong weight? 790. Yeah, that's okay. Now, what we need to do is we need a decent save. And see if this is a quest. It's gotta be. Kind of Witcher style message board. We were allowed to take one of these for a quest, actually, for parchment. Some lady wanted. Yeah, I got the latest update, yeah. I remember getting the update. So where are we now? 805, that's perfect. Oh, there it is. There is a quest. Look at this. There's tons of quests here, guys. It's all of them, actually. They're all the same. Oh, that's perfect. I was wondering where the quests were. They're doing a Witcher style board. What's this? Rabbit, rabbit. That's the one we need to go for. We'll take that one. And there it is. The people have recovered a lot of reports about accounts of dangerous rabbit allegedly attacking animals and people. This could be dodgy. Oh, I maxed it out. I maxed it out to the full 30 days. Yeah, so I'll get a lot of time on this. It was on a ridiculous state. It was on 3 days. So yeah, I did, yeah. Because I need some time. I want to complete the game, even if I could just in 1 year. But I can always change it back to 3 days, you know what I mean? But I definitely needed some time, at the very least, to get the settlement up and running, you know? And then probably put it back to something more realistic, like maybe a week or, you know, its original one. But it'll take me a massive amount of time to do this settlement. So I would like to get it, you know, reasonably sorted. These quests are seasonal. Well, that's good, because we've got a lot of time left in the season. Okay. I've seen a lot of accounts. Very dangerous. Case of... Oh, rabies. Okay. It's spread. There's wanted me to kill as many rabbits as possible. The hunters are asked for caution. Okay. Hunt rabbit 06. Yeah, we're going for that. Yeah, that's just perfect. Yeah, well, it's good then, isn't it? That I picked a long season. I better start working on them. Journal. Ah, there it is. Now, where is this guy? I still have a little problem with these guys and their markers, to be honest. Oh, for goodness sake. Can anyone see that? The marker on this, there's no need for it. You know that. There's absolutely no need for it. Oh, hang on, it just says hunt rabbits, is it? That's a pity we took one from a trap a moment ago. There's a good spot outside of town for hunting rabbits. Let me see. Yeah, objective, hunt rabbits. No, it's just basically hunting the rabbit. 70 coin and... Okay, 50 reputation. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it just said talk to him. But I know a good spot here. But it's a pity we just took one from the rabbit trap that might have counting towards it. Oh, hello, Bo. And how are you? Yeah, we just visited the town here. I was wondering where the quests were. They're doing a kind of Witcher message board kind of thing. But yeah, there's a ton of them over there. We were living there for a small bit till we found a good spot. Oh yeah, I just want to get these out of the way. You know, make some silver and, you know, that kind of stuff. I did meet two bandits on a bridge. I had the first guy down pretty easy to half health, and he dropped his bow. But as I went for the second guy to get his bow, yeah, both of them kind of caught me on the bridge, and yeah, I need to rank this guy up a bit. In hindsight, I should have dealt with it first, but they're easy enough to deal with them. But two of them is a bit much. Yeah. The music on this, yeah, it's okay, but some I think it's kind of off for the game, you know, with the instruments they're using. But this one is kind of okay. This is a kind of decent enough. Yeah. Kind of, yeah. But it's just because it's kind of got that kind of medieval kind of thing, you know. I remember, oh, it was a band. It was kind of a traditional band that used to be here. I think it was called, I'm going way back, Corin, I think it was called Clannad. I do know they were hired to do some medieval stuff like for the BBC Robin Hood thing and that. But if you get a chance, you should be able to find them on the internet. So it's C-L-A-N-N-A-D. Clan N-A-D. Clannad. Yeah, they used to do a lot of that kind of chanting, medieval kind of stuff. Yeah. It's actually, you know, fairly relaxing. But it does kind of rely heavily on that kind of chanting stuff. Yeah, just put in another N beside the other one. So it's clan, and then it's N-A-D, NAD. Clan, and then N-A-D. Clannad. It was like a kind of count sort of thing. It did a lot, they did do a lot for, you know, TV series at the time. I think it was the 80s, maybe the 90s. Yeah. Clannad, that's them. Yeah, that would be them. Yeah, that would be them. I just know them vaguely from the stuff they did. Check out their Robin Hood. Was a BBC series. I think it started off with Sean Connery's son as Robin, and then he was replaced. Something Connery was his name. I think it was Sean's son. But they did the kind of music for that kind of medieval stuff for Robin Hood. That's how I started to notice him, and I think that would have been the 80s. But a little more chanty than this, more, you know, more like... This almost gives me a kind of Greek feel to this music. I'm gonna trap six rabbits, guys, are not going to be easy. But we should be able to get it over a time with our traps as well, you know that? But this place was absolutely awash with rabbits at one stage. This could be a long... I can get it out later anyway. Yeah, I don't know how many days left in the season. But these will keep going forever, won't they? So even if we miss a few quests, it's not a biggie. We've got long seasons. The last thing I want to be doing is wasting too much time. That's some kind of an ego, is it? Oh, wouldn't you believe it? Yeah, there's no rabbits now. Yeah, there used to be 2 or 3 of them here. I'm over halfway. Oh. Well, the days are pretty long. Yeah, I didn't even realize they were there, to be honest, on the message board. I thought it was decorative. Because how vague they are with their symbols for quests. They're very, very hard to track. That's a pity. This might not be a great quest to take, but I suppose the traps might actually work. Here, we'll run down this and we'll head back and we'll see if the traps count towards it. But it should. Or maybe I'll pick up some fur. Maybe I might be able to, maybe it will complete if it said 6 if I put 12 fur in. We'll see if it's able to register the kills. I'd imagine they're using the fur to do it. We'll see anyway. We'll make our way back home. But yeah, rabbits were everywhere before I needed them. Isn't that always the case? But if traps will work, I'll get it out easily enough. We can take another quest and that'll come out in a few days, actually. Yeah, fox is a waste of time. I'm not fast enough. No, wasted time. I have nothing like the stamina that I need. I suppose now that we're on our way back down. But we're stuck with that little quest for a while, I'd say. Not that it should be too much of a problem. I'll probably take that one out with the traps for over the next day or two while I'm, getting that tech out. Had I known that silly thing was there, I would have taken it ages ago. At least now we know where the bulk of the quests are. They'll be done on the seasonal things, on the message board. Good to know. Right, let's make our way home. We'll see if the trap works. And then we'll see if taking the fur straight from storage would do. Oh, that's what it is. I was wondering what it was. Ah, yeah, it's moved a lot since I started this stream. Yeah, that's the season. Okay, that solves a mystery. It's how far we are in the season. Yeah, I was wondering what that was. Yeah, I see it. You were about 2/3 through. So we've got about 10 days. Well, we want to stick into those quests, wouldn't we? There's only 3 or 4 of them. Yeah, we'll get them done. Having said that, I might have to take out a few of them. There's 100 to do just for my achievements, so taking out 3 or 4 of them on my lonesome wouldn't be too much of a hassle. But it'll have to be done before the season ends. And the amount of grinding I've got to do here to get that tech out, it will probably will be into summer. And then I'll be saying stuff like, I'm roasting. Yeah. And then we'll be back to different problems. Yeah, we'll grab some of those on our way down. Oh, I bet you won't get much rabbits, but there is some wolves out here somewhere. It's this way, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, we'll be here quick. We want to see if this trap works, or if taking the fur I've already gathered up is enough and we can get out of it real quick. I don't mind taking them from here, but not too close to my settlement. That's why I've been sourcing everything up there. I haven't explored much down there. But they're good to go. Clean up the roadway, why not? But to be honest, I think the trap would work. Maybe even taking the fur from the building will. I would say I was killing some wabbits. It said kill them, didn't it? No, it says hunt them. Yeah, I think taking the fur out would work. But we're gonna find out shortly. Now let's see if any of the traps are well, here we go, guys, the moment of truth. 0 of 6. We'll see if this is good enough. No. We'll have to kill one with a... No, we'll have to really kill one, guys. That's made this pretty complicated. Unless there's a specific thing we've got to do. No. No, we'll have to hunt them. Okay. That's made this pretty complicated. Okay, we're not going to sucker them. Apparently. Yeah, because we have the fur and it doesn't matter. Worth a try though. So we're kind of in trouble. Let me get some food, water, and we'll see if we can find a good rabbit spot. But these guys, killing 6 of these is not easy. But we'll give it a shot. I thought that would have been an easy one, but there you go. Even finding them. I know there's things on the map where we can find them, but 6. Yeah. Now let's see how we are for food. Oh, that's enough. We'll just... There. We're ready to go. Now, we won't even wait for daylight. We'll try and get some time in here. 8:22. Okay, we still got 15 minutes, surely. No, we'll not get these guys in 15 minutes. Let me check the map and see the closest area. I've found some rabbits. All buildings, houses, hunting, farming, production, markets, resource storage, rabbits. No. I thought I zoomed in here before. Oh, wild animals, here we go. Oh, it's not much good to it, is it? Let's see. We are here. There's no rabbit areas at all here. Oh, there it is. There it is. Deer, bird, fox. There's a rabbit down there, guys. You see it down there? Just over the bridge, across the other road, on the other side. Yeah. We need to go over that bridge. Straight line. Yeah, it's on the other side of this. But you still get stray guys everywhere anyway. Kinda needed to explore anyway. You know, it'd be my best interest to put a marker on that, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's the closest one anyway, by far. There. Okay. Well, at least it's close enough that, you know, when I'm getting those stuff out to make those willow baskets, I can make it a priority to kill these guys. And find them. Yeah, apparently it's up here. Okay, apparently this is where they hang out. Oh! Hang on. Oh, there's one. There's 3 of them, actually. Come on, guys, don't be like that. I got 3 of them. Yeah, there's 4, but there's no way I was going to get all 4. I think I did very well with 3. And one fella went sideways. But I thought I did pretty good getting 3 out of 4. Ah! Not really. It's a wolf then. You won't be doing any hunting there. No hunting there, my friend. No, I'll have to hunt down on the other side. That's too dangerous. Oh my god. They slaughtered me. It was worth a try. We did so well. We killed 3. All we needed to do was run. Yeah. There's rabbits down the other side. Horrible, isn't it? It's a little bit further away, but we can do it. We'll be able to do 1 run at least anyway. And we got 3 as well. We got halfway there. There was no need for that. That was just cruel. I didn't have a chance. I was right in the middle of skinning a rabbit. I should say a wabbit. Well, that's a pity. But that's what I said. Remember I said there was some wolves I heard? There they were, even though I didn't say they were there on the map. But there you go. So now... Yeah, I didn't say anything about a wolf there. Yeah, let me just show you. Yeah, look, nothing about a wolf. Horrible, isn't it? Well, this is a good spot here, and then the other one is close by the building. Oh, there's rabbits right here, guys. See it? There, that's pretty close. And then there's one just up there. Now we'll see. We need an exact one for this. Okay, round 2. Wabbit season. I think I better stick close to home. But that was kind of cruel now, to be honest. I bet we won't get 4 this time. Or even anything like it. There's one. It'll be slower, but we'll get them. Okay, mark out the other one in a second. At least we're not going to be massacred by wolves. That was a really good spot, guys. 4. There was something to loot there as well. Did you see that? Okay. Oh, look at the wolves up there. Yeah, so those wolves are kind of random as well, aren't they? Okay, we're close to this, guys. Might get a luckier here this time. But yeah, it does have one list. No, we literally have to kill these guys. Okay, we should get them running now in a moment if they're here. Ah, okay, no rabbits. That's a pity. This is gonna be a pain, guys. We're literally halfway there from that one. That's horrible. We're gonna stray into the wolves from here. I don't know how long does it take these idiots to respawn. Well, it's too dark anyway, so we'll grab a few of these. And we'll head back to our village. I'll get them. Oh, that really caught me by surprise. Those stupid wolves. There was no warning of those guys. Oh, sugar, there's a ton of them. Ah, come on now. Give me a break. There's apparently wolves here as well. That is really stupid. You serious? She's not gonna take that small victory from me. Okay, it's getting too dark anyway. I want to remember the settlement is there. You should at least have the option to have a major marker for your settlement. It's an absolute pain, this is. Okay, at least we got one. It's a start. Yeah, it's down here actually. Now, if there's something where those guys that keep away with a torch, which they reasonably would in real life, I'd say. You know, the old wolf fire thing. I don't think a torch is gonna work on those guys. Oh, you little idiot. Kidding me. What's our health like? Oh, we didn't lose much. 0.5. He did do a lot of screaming. But you know what we might do, guys? We might... Oh yeah, we gotta check the sky here. Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? They can fill up pretty quickly if you're away for the settlement for a while when you're doing reloads, but we had to. We got done by a wolf, I'm afraid. There, we're back. That was a pity we got 3. I might sneak up there later and see. But definitely not in the dark. Well, I've got 8. How would I have 8? Is it possible to give me the 3 from the other load? I must have been carrying some. No, I didn't have 8. Here, let's store some of that. Now let's see. What are we like in health? That looks decent. Do you know what? I might chance where we got that other rabbit. I think they might spawn back pretty quick. But I can't chase them in the dark anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. Let's sleep till morning. We'll try and do this and try and collect some stuff as well. But the season will probably be out by the time I stream on Friday and Saturday. So we'll be in summer where this guy will be saying... What was it again? What was he saying before, Corin? Yes, I'm roasting. Give me time to get the other texts as well and see. This guy, remember when it was really hot, he couldn't deal with the temperature. Oh, hi Such, how are you? Been well, I hope. Remember he was saying, and he had that one word in particular I used to keep commenting on. But out from that, it was that thing he would say, I'm roasting. You know, when it was too hot. Well, we'll see in the summer when it comes in. He never shuts up. There's something got to do with his clothing. But I did take some temperature perks, so that might help get us through the summer. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Oh yeah, we're here. Ah, sugar. There it is. So we're gonna try our luck here again. If not, I'll push up. Do you see the other rabbits on the other side? There's too many wolves. in this area, to be honest. There we go again with this silly menu. There we go. Yeah, we need 6. We killed 3 in one spot. There was 4. But it was good going to get 3 out of 4. And the second we killed him, we just started to skin one. Pack of wolves jumped out of nowhere and ended us. We would have had this quest over pretty quickly. Oh, nice. Nice. That's good news. Yeah, shared living. But that's, yeah, you'd need to at this day and age, yeah. And it's a bit of company as well, of course. You know, you could share the bills, electricity and that. Eating. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Nice. Yeah, but that will make it much simpler as well. You know, you could share the rent on that place and, you know, the heating and the energy costs. If you're lucky enough to get, you know, some guys in, let's say, you know, that are sensible. You know, some roommates. But nice. Now let me get something to drink. We haven't got much time. We're actually a little over our time, but we'll see if we can get another rabbit. Of course, you know me, I will come back later today on this and try and get that tech I was looking for to see if we can progress with the settlement. I'll have to try and finish those seasonal quests from the board, but you won't be missing much. You know, there'll come in tons of them every season in every town. Ah, that's good. Nice, nice. That's good. There he is, there he is. Yeah, these guys spawn back pretty regularly. So we have a chance, guys, I suppose. But 6 is a bit much. Okay, let's mark the other one. What's that? Rock. No, there's only 1 in this section. The other one where there was 4, but those wolves. Now, Croc, don't die when you do this, please. There's another one here. There. It's actually not that far away. Oh, it's this stupid thing. Oh, hang on, it's not. The other one is to the side. Did I hear a dog barking or am I tripping? Oh yeah, it's around the abandoned cottage. Okay, wabbit. There he is. Yeah! Wabbit dead. Not too bad. I was a little bit late coming on today. I just had a bad week of sleep, even from my sleep schedule. But yeah, managed to you know, get some rest. I overslept for my stream for about an hour. So that's why I'm on an hour later than I usually am, just making up for it. And you, how have you been? Okay, we got 2 guys. Yeah, this could be done. Yeah, this could be done. But there's only 1 rabbit of each, and that's not a biggie. Yeah, we just start collecting some junk here and then. We'll make our way back. Come back up again, we should be able to get the other rabbits. But they spawn back reasonably quickly, I think. Yeah, we should be good. And we'll use this as an excuse to get some of this done. Yeah, so we're at the halfway mark and we're still alive. Nice. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Almost 9 a.m. here as well. But usually I'll be off at the latest about 8. Yeah. But I've got, the puffy eyes, stingy eye kind of thing. Can't help it, try to sleep and, there's always some ache or pain that keeps me awake. And even on the very rare time, let's say that. Are you kidding me? Guys, there's no justice, you know that. There's no justice in this game. There's absolutely no justice in this game. With these silly wolves. They're everywhere. I should have cut my losses. I knew there was wolves down here somewhere. Unbelievable. I'll get it. I should have saved. Yeah, it's the stupid wolves are everywhere. Not just where the map said there. Yeah. They're everywhere. I thought that he might not go into the river, but it wasn't deep enough. Pity. There's no way I can outrun the meter. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Only in extreme conditions, If they feel threatened or if they're hungry enough and you're hurt enough. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, I can do this later, guys. Because I'll be doing a lot of stuff here. And all I'll have to do is just take those two and come back and take those two. And then I'll sort out the other ones. And then we should be able to do the other ones when we come back. I'll just take out the stupid rabbit one. Yeah, they're very intelligent creatures and absolute predators. So I will leave it here. I've been on just over 6 hours and I definitely need some rest. But this was my Wednesday stream. Well, my Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream. So officially I am back for Friday and Saturday, 2 days together. With the small chance again now doing an unscheduled stream. But I don't know, I've been so tired lately. But you never know. If I get the chance, I will do. But you'll definitely see me for Friday and Saturday. So I will leave it here. We'll do the usual. Raid some of our friends. See who's streaming. And you too. Yeah, I'm raging about those stupid wolves. I think that was only my 3rd time to face them. Or even see them. I went straight too close. But I do realise now that just because there's no marker for wolf doesn't mean they're not there. That's kind of silly, but what can we do? So, goodbye, Corin, such suburban werewolf. And, let me see who else was here. Lobo. And Lobo. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Also, Randy. Hufflepuff and Tigger, if you're watching. Have a wonderful day, ladies. Let's see what else we have. We mentioned Wolf and, of course, Soul. Take care and stay safe and crazy fish. Jarton. Let's see what else we have here. Jarton. Well, that's everyone on the message board, guys, but I know there must have been a good few more. There's a few and I just can't remember, my apologies. But thanks to everyone for watching and lurking, and my apologies to whomever I might have missed. I say I've missed quite a few. But to everyone, have a great day. And until I see you again, and hopefully I might be able to get a few hours in here and there beforehand on this, and we can get this stuff out and we can really start on this settlement. But yeah, let's see who's streaming, guys. And hope to see you on the next one. So, let's see who's out there. Yeah, it's a pity about that stupid wolf. You know what I might do? I might try later and see how I could... Well, I'll only take 2 to 3 hits. I doubt I'll be able to do it enough damage. And they tend to travel in packs, those idiots. Pretty much like Valheim. Okay, let's see who's out there, guys.